Why don't we join our hands together and welcome Sharad sir over the stage. Very, very warm welcome, sir, and over to you.
A very warm welcome to all of you. Your presence today is what gives this gathering the meaning, and I thank each of you for being here. We are highly honored by presence of Shri Srivasji Singhania and all top executives of JK organization here for 2026 edition of JKO Intercompany Digital and IT Conference. With the theme shift that you might be seeing here, mindsets to milestones. The encouragement and the valuable support from the highest echelons of JKO Intercompany testifies to the importance of holding such conferences. I also welcome all distinguished speakers, Shri Abhinay Chaudhary ji, founder Big Basket and Laundry Mate, Shri Shailesh Kumar ji, Chief Data Scientist, COE AI ML at Jio, Mr. Pushpendra Yadav, founder at Laundry Mate. The objective is very simple. It's a platform for all of us to share knowledge, achievements, and learnings, and try to explore new ways, new areas that we can turn into reality, leading to competitive business advantage in today's ever-changing world. 2 years ago, we came together with an idea, a shared vision, shared ambition, and a good deal of hope. What began as a small step then has grown into something very large, far more assured, far more sharper, and very, very important. This edition is larger in scale, sharper in purpose, and richer in conversations ahead. The distance we have traveled is a measure of how we have learned and how much of this community has come to matter. But today is not the destination. It is a stepping stone. What we build here lays the foundation of every edition still to come. And I have no doubt that we will stand taller because of the work we all do together. None of this would have been possible without the blessings and visions of our promoters and encouragement from the dignitaries and the guests, and the spirit of all the participants from every part of India. You are the very heart of this event. And last not the least, and to the teams who have worked tirelessly, often late into the night, across planning, logistics, content, hospitality, thank you. Thank you. This is your achievement. As we begin, one request, share your honest feedback. Every word will help us make the next edition worthier than the last. As George Bernard Shaw said, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. Over the next 2 days, let us do exactly that, shift our mindsets and turn them into milestones. It is my honor to declare this conference officially open. Looking forward to exciting next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please join in welcoming Shri Srivasji Singhania. Ladies and gentlemen, we would request all of you to please put in your hands together as we move forward to welcome our dignitaries, our esteemed guests joining us here. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, truly, these 2 days are going to be filled with great learning, a great platform, a great collaborative platform that welcomes us all over here. Let's join in our hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we all put our hands together as we felicitate and welcome Shri Srivasji Singhania. Sir, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for taking out the time. Your presence truly means very special to us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our next dignitaries were here with us. Please put your hands together as we welcome Shri Abhinay Chaudhary. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Let's join in to felicitate Shri Abhinay Chaudhary. And I would request Sharad sir to please join and felicitate. So we are joined by Shri Pushpendra Yadav. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. And I would like to invite Deepak Gupta to please place at the center and felicitate and honor and welcome Pushpendra Yadav, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on this very, very special conference. Thank you. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share that we have Shri Shailesh Kumar, here with us. I would request Mr. Rajesh Kumar to please step forward and join in to welcome Sri Shailesh Kumar. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. I would like to request once again Mr. Rajesh Kumar to please join us in the center. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we all join our hands together? Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very elated to share with all of you. We have our dignitary Sri Mandir Dev, sir, joining us here. I would request Mr. Rohit Kundra to please join us at the center and felicitate Sri Mandir Dev. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. And with that, all our industry leaders, change makers are present here on this very conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this day is itself filled with great learning opportunity as we come together and collaborate. Ladies and gentlemen, our dignitary, Sri Prem Singh, sir, is here with us. I would request Mr. Rajat Yadav to please step forward and felicitate Sri Prem Singh. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Truly, truly, we are very, very elated to have you here. And now I would request to please put in your hands together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, it's time to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, first and most, to all our dignitaries, thank you so much, sir, for being here. And now, we move ahead by specious lighting of the lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, as Indians, we begin every ceremony with lighting of the lamp. So now, I would request all our dignitaries, why don't we all come together and light the lamp of knowledge, wisdom, all together. Inviting all our dignitaries, why don't we all join in our hands together as we welcome our dignitaries joining us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. I would request all our valued attendees to please put in your hands together and help me invite and welcome all our dignitaries who are joining us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom, we are marking the opening of the conference. We have all the dignitaries here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request please put your hands together as we light the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. Thank you so much. Thank you. With that ceremonial lighting of the lamp, we are embarking our journey. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move forward. And now, every successful conference begins with a clear vision and right context. To set the stage and set the tone for day and share the purpose behind this gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite Sri Prem Singh Ji, President Group HR, JKO, to share the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sri Prem Singh Ji with a warm round of applause. Sir, a very warm welcome to you, and stage is all yours.
Okay. So, can you hear me? Okay. So let me ask a question to all of you. If you were to choose your dream company to work for, Which one will that be? Any name, any random name. If you are a graduate coming out of college, MBA or whatever, which top 2-3 companies come to your name, to your mind? Yes, yes. Upcoming JK Tyre, okay? Interesting. Any other? JK Lakshmi Cement. थोड़ा बाहर निकलो. Let's go beyond. Google. What else? Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla. What is so special about these companies? These are all at the cutting edge of technology. The key differentiator is they leverage technology. And until now, the focus was on digital transformation. Now the focus has really shifted to AI transformation. So from data to intelligence, that's the major shift. Since we are talking about the shift, which is the theme of the conference, therefore it's important for us to understand this shift. Now let me expand the discussion slightly more. And let me go back into the history. When India got independence in 1947, from that time onwards, till India became $1 trillion economy, it took 60 years. 60. So it was by 2007 that India became $1 trillion economy, right? Next $1 trillion were added by in another 7 years. So we became 2 trillion. The third $1 trillion came in 5 years. And then COVID hit. Otherwise, we could have advanced our journey. So today, we stand at somewhere like $4.2, $4.3 trillion as an economy today, as a size of the economy. Now, another data point, and please keep in mind, it took 60 years for us to become $1 trillion economy. By 2028, we are likely to become $5 trillion economy, in which the AI and digital alone will be about $1 trillion. So let me repeat. For us to become $1 trillion economy, it took 60 years. For $1 trillion through AI and digital, it is taking only 5-6 years time. So 60 years, 5-6 years. And by the way, this is only going to increase as the times come. And it is guesstimated that by 2035, this size will become even more. That's number one. Number two, there has been a recent study conducted by PwC in which they classified organizations in 2 categories. Organizations which are very deeply exposed to AI and the organizations which are not so deeply exposed to AI. The difference in productivity increase in the two is something like 40%. So the organizations which are exposed to AI, which leverage AI in an abundant manner, they are likely to outperform their peers by at least 40%. Therefore, that brings me to the point, AI is not a fad anymore. AI is real. It's creating a real value for all of us, for all the organizations. Now, I mentioned about shift, which is the theme of the conference also. After I complete, sir, because I got only 4-5 minutes, so you will have your say.
I think you want data only. I want to give only data.
Yes.
That 40% market capitalization, but is comprised of AI, IT, service, chip makers, and software companies. 40% of the global market capitalization.
Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Kinra. So thank you so much, sir. Now let me focus more on shift. What are the kind of shifts that are happening? Number one, in terms of economy, a major shift that is happening is India is going to leverage AI as a significant enabler. We can't remain behind. If we remain behind, we lose our competitive advantage. Shift number two, from digital transformation, it's now AI transformation. Shift number three, from technology projects, it's now business outcomes. And I think we'll hear more as we go along. Shift number four, and this is important. Until now, there was a popular perception that AI and digital is the responsibility of only AI and IT departments. The key shift is it is no longer that. AI and technology as a broader term has democratized the way of our working. And therefore, AI and digital is no longer the responsibility of only the AI and IT departments. It's very much a part and parcel of our day-to-day operations, our regular working patterns. That means the literacy of people around AI and digital is one of the important competencies that we all need to embrace. Last point. The focus on AI is not an event. It's an ongoing journey. It's an ongoing evolution. And as we go along, more and more tools will come. Only way we can remain relevant is making sure that we acquire that knowledge, that skill. We keep ourselves abreast of the tools that are emerging by the time as we go along, and make sure that we are able to leverage those tools so that we are able to impact and secure the business outcomes. Therefore, it's a journey. For the organizers, for the organizing team, I would like to recite a couplet. As I mentioned, it's a journey. It started a couple of years ago. It started with a small team. Today we have grown big. There are large number of people who have joined this journey. And this goes to the organizing team, Sharathji and everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please put your hands together and help me welcome Sri Abhinay Chaudhary, sir. Please join us on the stage. We're looking forward and we are truly, truly elated, sir, to welcome you here. Stage is all yours. This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning to all of you. Laundry and digital technology might sound kind of extreme ends, and I will share with you how we are really connecting those as we go along. But before I get going, just a kind of a trivia, because tire, I guess, is one of your key businesses. So, not a GK, no promotions if you get it right. Maybe I'll ask HR or ITC pass on some chocolates if you get it right. But it's a very simple question. Which is the largest tire manufacturer in the world? Any guesses? Okay, that's by revenue, by volume. Any guesses? By volume means number of tires made in a year. I don't think that data will ever get published by any company, so it might be difficult to guess. One clue, it's not a tire manufacturing company. Any guesses? Yeah. Lego makes 300 million plus tires every year, and that's the largest tire manufacturer in the world by the volume of tires they make for their toys. That's so good. So how do I know this? I did one project for Lego way back in 2006, and I was asked this question. I was really perplexed that, oh, in that case, Hence, I thought maybe this is the opportunity, right forum to ask that question. uh, so yeah, uh, I mean, given the topic, can you just move to the next slide? We as a company actually, are kind of, to next slide. Yeah. Oh, okay, good. So we as a company are inspired by a concept called pareidolia. Again, a lot of you might not know what is pareidolia, so I'll just kind of try to explain. And what I'm showing you is our latest ad campaign, which is getting rolled out as we speak, in fact, today. So the first one over here is actually in whosoever lives in Gurgaon can actually see it in Gurgaon Times and Times of India Gurgaon. Today, this is the ad we have published today, and those two will come tomorrow and day after. So, imagining possibilities, reimagining things and all, that's what, as an example, I'm trying to show over here, that our logo, as you can see, is LM, but there's a human element in it. And we are kind of using this mnemonics to kind of play around and say, look, this mnemonic can mean so many other things, right? So what do you see? The first one looks like someone just lying down and reading a book. Does it look like that? We are trying to stretch the imagination, but I think to some extent you may think, yeah, that's the case. What about the second one in the middle? Someone watching a movie? Okay, last one. Someone lazing like it's a Sunday? Right? So what we are saying is that that's the magic of pareidolia, imagining fun meanings in shapes and forms to explore new things, right? That's the inspiration behind our brand. And why are we saying all of this? Because we conducted a study way back in 23, wherein across 30 towns, Redseer Consulting interviewed both quali and quanti research, arrived at a staggering number of $14 billion as the amount of time the homemakers spend doing laundry at home. We all might wonder that why so much time is required. There's a machine, there's a maid, and it can all happen automatically, but that's not the case. Unfortunately, the homemaker who runs the show at home, right, managing so many other things, also has to manage this, coordinate with maids, coordinate with unorganized guy, coordinate with organized guy. So that's a quantum of amount of, value which gets spent by the homemaker in a year. And we are saying, your time is not worth doing the laundry. Reimagine, save time, save me time, and then you can do, make, bake, read, cook, fly, run, love, laugh, live, do whatever you want in your me time. It will save from not doing laundry at home. Right? So we are not saying that, okay, we are the best guys, we will do a great job, we'll give you a great clean shirt and stuff like that. We are saying it's about time. Don't waste time doing laundry at home. So our focus is laundry at home. So looking at things very, very differently, reimagining. This is the big, with the football, world football going on. That's another way we thought we can use those mnemonics, right? A fearless tackle at the World Cup. The guy is sliding and taking the ball, right? And then finally, just a one-touch goal, right, at the World Cup. So this is just to kind of share how we are using our logo, which is inspired by the concept called pareidolia. And just to explain what does pareidolia mean, some of you might know. When you actually look at sky and look at the clouds and the shapes which we see in the cloud, which sometimes try to relate to those shapes, and oh, that looks like a monster, that looks like like a transformer, that looks like. So some of those shapes as kids and all, also grown-ups, when we look at the sky and we see the cloud, different shapes, we relate to some of those shapes to the real life form. So that's called as a concept of pareidolia, right? So reimagining forms by looking at. So it kind of ties into the topic of reimagining, right? So I will talk about two aspects in terms of what reimagining, from a business perspective, for a lot of organizations, who are obviously started several decades back, and with this entire change which is happening from new technologies. Now, new technologies obviously help you do better, but then the real use of a new technology is to rethink how I can do business very differently in terms of the business model itself, right? Not just becoming efficient, but how can I really embrace something new to develop a new model, right? So e-commerce is nothing but it's a model, right? So app-driven things are all, it's a new business model, right? So how do I really define processes? How do I define everything else so that I can create new models within the organization? So a lot of research goes into building great products, right? Improving products. But how much of research to say what new models I can create, right? And when the startups come in and they disrupt the existing companies, it's nothing but it's the model. Because they are introducing something with a new model, right? Leveraging the new technology which is available. And then for incumbents, it's difficult to then kind of change their processes and to compete, right? So the most important aspect of which is possible because of technology, which was not possible several years back, is keeping the customer first. The customer first mindset is what is kind of, drives a lot of consumer startups. I mean, I'm talking about consumer startups because that's my, the big basket and laundromat experience. So I'll just talk about that. I mean, there are several other B2B businesses. They can think of a customer first in a very different manner. But when we say customer first mindset in a consumer, it's like an individual we are talking about, right? So how do we really imagine keeping things, keeping customer first mindset? And I'll give you some examples of what I mean by that, right? So as a kid, I was born in Bhopal. Dad was working in BHL. I was doing grocery shopping for my family since I was in standard 5th, 6th, right? And kind of really learned the pain points of doing grocery shopping, right, for the family. That continued, got married. Wife said, you do a great job, continue buying grocery, right? So buying grocery in India was a big pain point because wife will give you a list of 20 items. You better get all 20 before you come home, right? If you come back with just 18, that's not good enough. But how to get to that 20, because there's no single store you'll be able to get all 20, right? So you'll go to the one which you think is the best stocked guy as the first guy, right? And then there you'll find maybe 15. And our entire other aspects of a pain point is obviously the traffic on the road, parking across next to the store, picking the items from the store, standing in the checkout queue. And I have to do it for a trip of 20 items. I have to do that thing 2 or 3 times to complete my 20 items, right? So that's the pain point. And businesses were built to not, be customer first. So what will happen is I have bought something and I get the bill. It says goods once sold cannot be returned at the bottom. I'm not even stepped out of the store. I find something is wrong with my product. I want to give it back, give the money back or whatever. But the guy, goods once sold cannot be returned. That was the environment of organized retail in our country for several years, for several decades, right? And today also you will find a lot of businesses are not having a customer service as a human at the other end, right? Again, going back to those days, early 2000 and all, when you have a problem with your credit card or if you have a problem with your, let's say any telecom operator, whatever, I used to plan that, okay, when I'm going to start from office, I have a 45-minute drive home. That's the time I will call the customer service. Because it will take me that much time to get through and maybe to able to communicate that what is my problem, right? Because there will be, oh, you are in the queue, When the queue clears, then somebody you talk to, that agent will understand, get dropped, get transferred, whatever, right? So very poor customer service because it's just there, right? A lot of people have actually removed that human element of customer service. Now there is no customer service, it's just the AI, right? So, I mean, it's difficult to find any customer service number for so many brands. Not a good thing. So we, in Big Basket, had this metric that we'll always have a human answer incoming call within 10 seconds of the call hitting the call center. Within 10 seconds. 95% of the calls used to get answered within 10 seconds. Same thing continues in Laundromate as well. We have a full-fledged customer service team to do that, right? Another example of comparing to that policy of goods once sold cannot be returned. We were dealing with fruits and vegetables. Fruits and vegetables are obviously fresh category. And invariably, there is not a lot of standardization in the supply chain, so you end up with sometimes inferior products, right? And most of the supermarkets, that point of time, were actually not doing any kind of standardization, right? You just go to the store and everybody used to wonder that, oh, Indian housewives want to touch and feel before buying. The reason they need to do that is because it is not standardized. It's not like, okay, this is grade A, this is grade B, this is grade C. If somebody says this is grade A and this is 50 rupees a kg, I will just buy 1 kg and go. But if there's a heap of 50 kgs which has a mix of A, B, C grades, then I have no choice but to get the best quality out of that 50 kgs and hence I have to touch and feel, right? So we realized that when Indian housewives want to do touch and feel and they're ordering online and when it gets delivered, how to handle that scenario so that they get comfortable shopping online, receiving it, and then they switch over a period of time. We said, okay, no question asked, refund policy at the time of delivery. I have come with 5 apples in a kg. Oh, customer looks at it, oh, 4 are good, 1 is not good. There and then on the app, I can just refund price of 1 apple to the customer from that 5, which I am delivering because they spotted it then. And not stop there. Got delivered. 2 days later, customer calls, oh, by the way, I ordered 1 kg of apples, 4 I have eaten, 5th one I am cutting, it is brown from inside. While the customer is on the call, customer service agent will calculate how much to be refunded, and while the customer is on the call, the money gets refunded and you get an SMS, so much money has been given back to you. Without asking a customer that please send a picture of that brown apple which you are saying is brown, I don't trust. Right? So that's the way the habit then kind of change. So people realize that, oh, this is great convenience. You order, it comes home. Quality is good. And by the way, if something is not up to my satisfaction or my, then I can always return it there and then, or even few days later. A lot of people in the room might wonder, oh, this might get misused, right? Because so many people will call saying my 5th apple is bad, right? And then I have to refund so much of money. But that's not the way your typical consumer behaves. Very few people will do that because the reason they are buying online and doing all of this is because they don't have time. They don't have time to even call you to say that my 5th apple is bad. Right? Very few people, maybe 0.5%, 1% will end up doing that. Right? And there are obviously examples of somebody calling saying, oh, by the way, I bought chicken from you. I have made it. It has too many bones. I have made it and I have eaten it, but can you refund? But too many bones are there. That kind of calls also come. Right? So, but very few, right? So that's the customer first mindset really, changes a lot of things, right? Again, another example is that, again, a lot of, if you go back those days, cab drivers, whenever you have to catch a flight in the morning, right? And you have booked a cab, invariably they will not be able to find address. They will call you at 4 a.m., 4:30, 5 a.m. and you are really really getting ready to go and you have no time. The guys just keep calling you, right? It's a pain point. Versus we had decided that we will not publish the customer's phone number in our invoices or anywhere so that the delivery guy will never call the customer. And if we figure out that he has called, there will be 500 rupees deducted from his salary. Because we realize it's a pain point for these delivery guys calling the customer. Now things have changed a lot with this 10-minute queue comments and all. You are getting hundreds of calls every day. The guy stands outside the house, still calls. Why are you calling? Oh, I wanted to ensure that you are at home. Just ring the bell, deliver and go. Why are you calling, right? So I mean, it's a lot of changes have happened, but I'm just trying to share some examples of what worked for us by keeping the customer first mindset in whatever we actually did then and whatever we are doing now. Same thing we are doing in Laundry Mate as well today. No questions asked reprocessing, right? So if you have given 10 items for dry cleaning or ironing or wash and iron, whatever, and you are not happy with one item, in the app itself, you can just raise a request saying, I want to reprocess it, and it will get picked up and get reprocessed free of cost and delivered back. Right? Otherwise, if you go to some old players, they will say a lot of argument and say, oh, no, we tried our best. If you want to, this is all we can do. They will not do it for free. If you say, no, I want this, then they may again charge and try. But ours is a no questions asked reprocessing, right? So that's just an example, right? So, I mean, I have several examples of you. I'm just giving a flavor of what it means by, customer first mindset when you are dealing with the individual, and especially with all the customers now being, majority of the customers all being online, and over a period of time, more and more will be online. Their expectations from businesses, from services are very, very different than a typical, very old kind of customers, right? Wherein they were used to a different kind of services and experiences, right? So that's one thing to really, with the customer first mindset, how can I change my entire processes and businesses, right? Because I will be dealing with such kind of customers more and more going forward, right? And it's important to define that, right? And think. Second is reimagining everything from a direct to consumer perspective, right? This is about the new model side of it, right? I mean, all of you might be wondering that, oh, we make tires. We have been making tires for several decades. We have a great distribution network. Our distributors are there. Stores are there. Everything works fine, right? What if tomorrow a startup comes and say, okay, I take only online orders and deliver to an individual customer the tires which he has ordered online for his car, along with the guy who will come and remove the old tires and put the new one and take the old ones back and give him money back for what he's taking back. What happens to your business? Right? So you have to think, if I have to, I mean, Dell is an example, right? There are so many great laptop, desktop companies which were there, and Dell came and changed the entire model because they were making a laptop or a desktop for an individual who can configure online and get it delivered home. Right? So leveraging technology to really build new models is what I think is the great opportunity for, especially the old organizations who have been there doing a great job with the great products, right, over a period of time. But new technology should lead to new models. So how do I go direct to consumer? In terms of my processes, in terms of my entire supply chain, right? That's the opportunity in terms of reimagining, right? Same thing can be applied to, other businesses as well, right? Let's say a farmer. So you have JK Seeds, for example, and how do I service a farmer, right? Because now opportunities are available in terms of technology as well as the ecosystem to be able to build new models to cater to an individual, right? For example, Coke wanted to say, okay, can I deliver Coke can on my own instead of selling on Amazon or selling on Big Basket? If I can have a customer order Coke and I can deliver Coke in my Coke van to an individual customer, is that possible? Is that viable? Is it feasible? Until unless we think on those lines that if a customer wants to order a set of 4 car tires as an individual, how that whole thing will look like from end to end, and what are the viable models to still deliver that order profitably, right? So I think that's where, look, I mean, AI, all of these things are fine. These are just the enablers. What is most important is to understand how do I change my business with a new model leveraging technology to cater to the new consumer, to cater to the new customer, new kind of customer. Right? So that's where the main thing, right? So mine is not a very structured kind of a talk. I'm just talking from my experiences and trying to reflect upon, given the topic and all of that. If anyone has any question to ask, anything comes to your mind, feel free to ask, right? There's nothing straight-jacketed over here. I'm also not wearing a jacket, that's the reason. Yeah. So, apply this to any business. Now coming to, just to share our examples of laundromate in terms of how are we looking at it right there. So, we have been to, before we started this, we have seen several laundries across the world, and that's a business which is, again, very old kind of a business, right? We said, how we digitize this entire thing? From the time we pick up the items from customer's place to the time we deliver the items to customer, how can every step of this entire order journey can be digitized? So we reimagined the laundry processing floor. I mean, we have 4 services actually. We do dry cleaning, we do wash and iron, wash and fold, and steam iron, all 4, right? So we reimagined the entire processing in like a supply, in like a, assembly line kind of a way, right? And each at every step, we introduced a digital layer so that tomorrow, if a customer says that, oh, I have I'm not happy with this particular shirt or whatever, we know exactly, who inspected that shirt, who ironed that shirt, because it's completely digitized. Right? So no other laundry in the world we have seen has this kind of a digital layer on top of the processing. Right? And this is important because you are dealing with a very heterogeneous kind of a load, right? Because you have like thousands of customers giving different clothes, where obviously you have to make sure that there is no mix-up, right? So that's from the tracking perspective, but at the same time, from a employee side of tracking is wherein this was also important. It also helps you then also keep track of productivity and other things as well. Right? So we just reimagined how we can do this also real fast, because majority of the players in the market were on a 2-3 day kind of a turnaround time. We from day one were on a 24-hour turnaround time, because our focus was laundry at home to help that homemaker. Don't do that, right? Don't spend that time. I mean, there have been obviously detergent brands and all who say share the load to reduce the load of homemaker. They have been advertising share the load, which means they want husband, wife, and kids also to participate. We are saying outsource the load, kill the load. No need to share, just send it out, right? Because it's not worth your time. Yeah. So we started with a 24-hour turnaround time as a default. Then with all whatever is happening in the consumer space in terms of even faster, quick turnaround times with 10-minute and Q-commerce and all of that, we said, okay, let's further push the envelope. Let's disrupt ourselves, how fast we can do. Then we launched a service called Sprint, which is a 4-hour service. So from order placement, pick up from the home, processing, which could be dry cleaning or wash and iron or whatever, delivered back to the customer 4 hours. I mean, that's the best you can get, because there's a cycle time of 2 hours of processing and finishing. So 1 hour of pickup, 2 hours of processing and finishing, and 1 hour of delivery. We were best in the industry with 24 hours. There was nobody who was offering 24 hours as a standard tag. But we pushed the envelope further, disrupted ourselves to launch 4 hours. So what are we doing? We are trying to kind of de-risk our business, our model from anybody new who come in tomorrow who can then launch this faster. And why we have been thinking like that? Because that is exactly what has happened in the grocery space. Right? So in 2011, when this was launched, we were on a next day delivery. You book today, it comes tomorrow. A slotted delivery. Then it became a same day delivery. Morning, if you place an order, you can get it in the evening. Then it became a 2-hour delivery. So 21, when I exited, when Tata's bought the majority stake, we were at 45% market share of online grocery with a 2-hour delivery turnaround time. 22 onwards, these 10-minute guys started mushrooming. Big Basket is down to 7% market share from the 45%. What happened? Just the new model, right, of delivering it faster. So the supply chain, everything, all that exists. But then somehow you got disrupted. And you have slipped down to the number 4 from number 1. Right? By just a new model, by just a faster turnaround time. Any businesses can be disrupted by the new players who are thinking very differently using technology. So what new models can come, and hence I'm saying direct to consumer, right? We have been doing businesses through this whole supply chain network of distributors, retailers, and all of that. But if I have to go direct to the consumer, one single customer, how do I change everything? Leveraging technology is what is really be looked at. Any questions? I think I don't have. I can keep on going like this and sharing a lot of examples. But if there are any questions, then free to answer those questions. Since we talked about AI, we just always mention this in our PPTs that sometimes you might feel like no one is there for you, but you know who is always there for you: laundry. Laundry will always be there for you. No AI will be able to solve actual physical act of doing it. Right? So on that note, thanks for inviting me here, and look forward to interacting with you all. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I would request you, sir, to please join us at the center. And now, to felicitate, sir, I would like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sri Srivasti Singhania, sir, who is joining us to felicitate, sir, here. Ladies and gentlemen, really, so many takeaways for us, so many great learning points for us. Why don't we all join our hands together one more time, ladies and gentlemen? We are presenting a token of gratitude to Sri Abhinay Chaudhary, sir. Thank you very, very much once again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, the first session has got over. But before we move to the next session, I have a quick riddle which I am here and I want to ask all of you to guess. It's just a random who am I? And I'll be giving you the cues. You can raise your hand if you think you know the right answer. Okay. Sometimes I sound very confident even when I am wrong. Who am I? Okay. Okay. Who would like to tell me? Anyone who was raising the hand? Okay. Maybe you can tell me the answer. I've started with something very, very simple and easy for you to try it out as a nice warmer. Okay.
It should be generative AI, ChatGPT.
This is right answer. Let's join our hands together. And we have a token of gratitude for sir. Thank you. We'll soon be coming to you. Okay. And in the same quick riddle in Who Am I have the next something which says, during COVID, I became a celebrity. Who am I? Okay. This is very abstract as of now. May I know your good name? Okay, what is it?
Virtual meetings.
It is one, but not the one which I'm referring to. Okay. So all the riddles are around technology. Okay, I became a celebrity during COVID. The next one. Okay. UPI, you're very close, but not exactly there. I am just a square. I think I made it obvious.
Zoom.
No. During COVID, I became celebrity. I'm just a square. Okay.
Laptop.
No. I'll give you one more Okay. Let me just quickly come to you, then I'll give you one more hint.
Zoom.
No, it's not Zoom.
Work from home.
It's not work from home. Okay. People point their phones at me. Okay, I see so many hands up. It is Sonu Sood. Okay, I believe so. QR code is the right answer. Absolutely. During COVID, it became a celebrity. Thank you so much, sir. And this is a square and people point their phones. Okay. In next, who am I? Okay, listen to the cues very, very carefully. Who am I? I am everywhere, yet nowhere. Any guesses? Okay, I'll move to the next one. Wi-Fi. Could be one, but not the one which I'm asking. I'm everywhere, but yet nowhere. You can't see me, but you use me every day. No, this is, AI would be still very abstract. Okay. Your photos, files, and emails often live with me. Okay, I think so many people are answering, so I'll skip this one. I'll quickly. So, before you answer, no, you have to raise your hand and answer. Okay? Okay? The next. I work quietly in the background. Okay. This is very abstract. I work quietly in the background.
Cloud.
Cloud. No, cloud was the answer to my previous cue. Okay. I'll give you one more. I work quietly in the background. When I fail, everyone notices.
Operating system.
Could be, but not the one. No. 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 Okay, I'll give you one more cue. No. No. No, it's not Wi-Fi, it's not applications.
Storage.
No, let me give you one more cue so that we could be very on the point.
Center.
No, sir. Okay. Hackers don't like me. Not virus. So, antivirus is a part. Cyber security. So, this is almost right. Your good name?
Neeraj.
Can we join our hands for Mr. Neeraj, everyone? Thank you. All right. We had such a fun session. I'll be joining you back shortly with some amazing, brutal, and fun questions. But as of now, let's move forward to our next session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we had a nice breather. And with that, let's move forward to the next session. Our dignitary, Shri Arun Shukla sir is here. I would request Shiva Subramaniam sir to please join us at the center and felicitate Shri Arun Kumar Shukla sir. Thank you so much, Arun sir, for being here with us. This truly means a lot, your presence. Truly. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come together to express our gratitude, why don't we all join our hands together? Thank you. The next session is going to be very exciting. The session is From Mindset to Modus Operandi, Building AI-First Organizations. And for this session, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Sailesh Kumar, one of India's leading artificial intelligence scientists and thought leaders. Dr. Kumar brings over 20 years of experience spanning research, academia, entrepreneurship, and industry, having built innovative AI, data-driven solutions across diverse sectors, including telecommunication, manufacturing, banking, retail, healthcare, education, and agriculture. He currently serves as Chief Data Scientist at AI Center of Excellence, Reliance Jio, and is the Program Mentor and Chair for AI and Data Science Program at Geo Institute of Eminence. He is also visiting faculty at Machine Learning at Indian School of Business, ITC. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Sailesh Kumar on the stage. Very warm welcome, sir. We are truly excited for the session. Stage is all yours.
All right. So thank you, DKO, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. So what I'm going to talk about is, summarize my 20 years of learning into the next 45 minutes. And, we are living in, as Charles Dickens would say, the best of times and the most confusing of times. And it is very confusing because we all, keep hearing AI first organization, AI native organization. We all have started to believe that there is something like that and we want to become that, but nobody is able to define what it is. There is no blueprint, there is no roadmap. And we think that if we buy some credits on cloud or if we, go online and buy some software, we are going to become an AI first company. Right? So it's a very confusing time for many people. And really what I try to do through my industry experience and teaching is to kind of demystify that process. What does it mean to be an AI first organization? And how do we get there? And how do we make that our modus operandi? Today our modus operandi is different. If we change our mindset, our modus operandi will be different. So let me just start with the three key learnings to start with. The first one is, today, AI is not an afterthought. AI is a first-class citizen. What does that mean? So today, if you think about our current processes we have created, our current technology stack, we think we can add AI on top of it. That is how we are thinking. It's like buying a diesel car and saying, now I'll put CNG in or make it hybrid now, right? So that is not how AI-first organizations get created. We need to reimagine all the workflows and processes with AI all over again. Right? That's a new mindset that we have to develop. The second is all of us have a AI strategy, right? The whole group has a strategy. Sub part of the group has a strategy. India has an AI strategy, right? I'm sure Claude has an AI strategy. Everybody has an AI strategy, but not everybody is able to translate the strategy into a platform. Strategy coming from, the big fours is not getting converted into anything platform. So it takes a little bit of work to get there. And the most important learning I had is use case mindset doesn't necessarily create an operating system. A use case mindset doesn't create an operating system. What does that mean? So let me take electricity as an example. Electricity is a great technology. Everybody is using it. It's very cheap. It is very safe. It is very democratized. It is enabling so many things, right? So electricity is considered a mature technology. Now the question is, if I had only solved the use cases of electricity, right? Somebody built a bulb, somebody built a wire, somebody built a switch, somebody built a transformer, somebody built a solar panel. If we had solved all the use cases of electricity, would we have electricity the way we have? That is the question. So the idea is solving all use cases also doesn't bring electricity to light. What is the core ingredient? Why we have electricity is because we have the grid. Without the grid, you can keep inventing bulbs for the next 200 years or the wires for the next 200 years. If you don't have the grid first, there is no point inventing the bulb. That is the shift I want to bring about, which is unless you have a master plan, unless you know how to connect the dots, unless you integrate your organization, doing bottom-up use case innovation is not going to get you. But if you have done integration first, you can now invent bulbs, now invent solar panels, and you can keep improving the grid, right? So integration backwards is the mindset that we will talk about. So I was asked to give a talk on kindness. So I started with this picture and I asked my daughter just to vet the response. I said, how would you help this person? It's a very important mindset question. And she said the first reaction of a child would be, oh, I'll help this person carry the water, right? Then I said, okay, that's a great thought, but for how many people will you be able to do it? And for how long can you do it? Then she thought about it and she said, solving this problem is not the right approach. I will build a water pipe. That is the difference between, solving an instance of a problem and solving it at a meta level. That is a mindset that we want to talk. My favorite example, if you think about great leadership, it's all about innovation. Whether it's a business process innovation, like Sir was talking about, whether it is technology innovation. Innovation is the key thing, and there are two very important ingredients to innovation. And I'm going to use a very weird example of innovation. I'm going to use Buddha as an example of a great innovator. So let me talk about why I say Buddha is a great innovator, right? So how did Gautam become Buddha? What was the first turning point in his life? He went out, he saw a dying man, a sick man, an old man. And then what he realized was, this is the problem I need to solve. So great innovators find the right problem to solve. He was going to become a king and thought that I have to rule a kingdom. But then he realized the real problem to be solved is the suffering of mankind. So that is the first quality of a great innovator. And I tell my students, you're not here to get grades and jobs. You're here to find your Buddha moment. What is the great problem you are going to solve? For the country, for your parents, for society. What is your Buddha moment? So the first year of education or the first turning point in our journey should be to find our Buddha moment. What problem excites you, right? And Sir has solved multiple problems he talked about. Now, Mother Teresa also solved the same problem. But the approach they took was very different. The Mother Teresa approach was one person at a time, one person at a time, one person at a time. Same thing that we had for the water bottle carrying. Her approach is bottom up. One use case at a time. Right? What was Buddha's approach? He didn't solve the problem for those three people. He said, I'm going to go and meditate and figure out how to solve that problem for all mankind forever. That is a meta thinker. So now we are trying to produce meta thinkers in the country who are not saying, oh, here is one problem, let me solve this. Somebody asks you a direction, you say, yes, I know how to give you a direction, is what a thinker will do. If I'm fed up with traffic, I want to help people in commute, I will buy a car and drive a car around and become a taxi driver. What would a meta thinker do? He will invent Ola Uber. Right? Sir is talking about laundry, mat and Blinkit. He is a meta thinker. Right? He solved the problem at a larger scale for all of India. Right? Instead of saying, small things. So we need more and more meta thinking going on, and that is the new skill that we want to do. Now, another skill, Sir talked about a very nice word called reimagine. Reimagine is a very unique word. It has a very specific meaning. Now, we live in a very nice era of technology, right? Many technologies are coming up. They are all coming up independently. Cloud came by its own. Internet came by its own. Devices came by its own. They were not, collaborating with each other. They all just came about. We are in a very interesting time. We are surrounded by many amazing technologies. And the skill we want that Sir talked about, again, I'm going to use the word reimagine. What does that really mean? He gave examples of reimagining business processes. What I mean by reimagine is, how would you think about your domain, any domain, if it was born today? How would it look like? Right? So if you think about education, we are following a 200-year-old education system. What if education was born today? How would it look like? Right? What if healthcare was born today? How would it look like? So we don't want to carry the legacy of 200 years and say, oh, let's add AI now. Let's add technology now. Reimagine means scratch, go back to the whiteboard, reimagine the whole thing all over again. Right? And that is the new skill we want to develop. So let me give you an example of a guy who reimagined the world. And I want you to, if you've seen this, you would know. He said, when wireless is perfectly applied, the whole earth will become a huge brain. We shall be able to communicate instantly without distance, and we should be able to see and hear each other face to face. And the instruments we'll use will fit in our pockets. Anybody can guess who said this? Isn't this how the world is today exactly? Right? The world is exactly like this. Who said this? Tesla. When did he say this? Because see, technology moves very fast. Today we cannot even imagine 20 years from now what will happen. Now this guy said this in 1926, 100 years ago exactly. Right? He said that this is how the world is going to be. That is Nikola Tesla. Yeah? That is the kind of people we want to create who can reimagine the world not just 5 years from now, but 100 years from now. Right? And all of that. So what is this meta-level thinking that I'm talking about, right? How do we generate that? So if I think about today's education system, we are dealing with this kind of an education. In the age of AI, when every information is available to you, you don't need a fact-based education. Now, when you see this, your brain goes to the next level of abstraction, and it says, oh, countries have capitals. So now I'm thinking at the next level. So if Delhi is the capital of India, then what is the capital of Japan? I'll start asking those questions. This is what I call schema level thinking, which is now in the geography schema, I'm saying continents have countries, countries have capitals, monuments are there and all that. Now still I'm inside a domain. I am still inside a geography domain. I'm thinking about schema of the domain. What is the next level? What is the next level abstraction? So now if I tell you that medicines contain chemicals, medicines cure diseases, diseases have symptoms, farmers own farms. If I took all of that and abstracted it out, the next level thinking is entities have relations. You understand the levels of abstraction at which our brain can work? Right? Now, if I want to train people at this level, entities have relationships, entities have attributes, data can generate features. Right? Businesses have workflows, right? Workflows take decisions. Decisions lead to metrics. If that is the language we learn, then we become a domain agnostic meta thinker. Now we become very good at asking the right question to ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT is somewhere, we are not ready to ask the right question, right? And that is what meta thinkers will be able to do. They'll be able to think domain agnostic and ask the right question because they know how to design a domain properly. All right. So let me see, let's look at the history and what we can learn from it. So obviously, we cannot repeat those mistakes, and let's learn from the mistakes of the past. So once upon a time, I'm going to use that once upon a time, there was a company called Blockbuster and a company called Kodak. What happened to them? Why did they die? They did not reimagine that they can become a digital photography or a digital thing. And Netflix came and they saw the pain points, like sir was talking about, you start with the customer pain point. The pain point in Blockbuster was you have to go to a store, rent a movie, and if you are late, you have to pay a fine. Pretty much like that. What did Netflix do back then? They said, I'm going to send you a DVD at home. You don't have to go anywhere. You can keep 5 DVDs at a time. Once you return your DVD, I'll give you the next DVD. And by the way, here is a website. You can tell me which DVDs you want. What did that little change do? Is they started collecting data on who is wanting what movies. And then they started building a recommendation. You see, a change in business process led to a lot of changes. They created a hybrid system, digital, physical ecosystem, right? Digitally, you can do payment, you can do search and browse, and physically, you got a DVD. And then the whole thing changed to cloud and they started streaming, right? So the companies who kind of change and adapt to the new technologies, back then DVD was the new thing, then cloud was the new thing, then streaming was the new thing. They kept pace with that technology and now they rule the entertainment, right? Kodak could have imagined Google Photos. They could have imagined Instagram. They could have imagined all the things we do with photos and videos, YouTube. They did not have the imagination. They thought this is going to be forever. That is the mistake that companies do. So they never became digital ecosystem, they remained physically. What mistakes these companies do? You would think, oh, Google actually made a mistake. The only mistake we can remember Google do was when they launched their BARD model and it didn't perform very well. Other than that, we think Google is a perfect company, right? All these companies are making a mistake. So what is Google's tagline? We will organize the world's information, right? Now you can go to Google and search for a movie, see the reviews, read the reviews. Can you book a ticket? For that, you have to go to Book My Show, right? You can go to a Google and search for a recipe. Can you order food? No. For that, you have to go to Swiggy. Understand? You can search for hotels and vacations, but still you have to go to yatra.com to book a hotel and everything. So Google remained an information company, never became a actions company. This is the hugest mistake of the last 20 years, that a company could have become Amazon, could have become Netflix, could have become Swiggy, Zomato, could have become all of that. But they said, no, we are not going to move into operations. We are going to stay in information. So they never became a information company. Just Dial could have become what Sir is creating now. Laundromat or Blinkit. Just Dial, just imagine, they had all the information of all the experts in every field. They just thought we are a directory system. They never thought that they can actually become a laundromat or a Blinkit or a whatever, right? So connoisseur services or whatever. What mistakes these companies are doing? If I think about Babylon is a company that used to help you do diagnosis for a disease. Tractor, we all know, you can book an appointment. Path Lab is the largest lab in India. Tata 1mg. Right now, it is doing a lot more, but you can think of it as a medicine delivery company. What is wrong with this slide? I talked about use cases versus operating system. They're all solving a different use case, right? One is solving a use case of diagnosis. One is solving booking an appointment. One is solving lab. One is solving this. What we should be doing is building an operating system called the health operating. That is what the country actually needs, an integrated operating system. But we are solving point solutions. So today, if I am sick, I have to go to one app to do one thing, another app to book an appointment, another app to book a test, and another app to buy a medicine. You see how disintegrated our lives are, even within a domain. So I'm going to talk about this idea of how do you think like an operating system, health operating system, education operating system, agriculture operating system, in your world, manufacturing operating system. Instead of thinking use case 1 to 100, can you think about an integrated operating system? Then think about use case. All right? What did these companies do wrong? Obviously, Byju's is a special case. We can talk on and on about it. But in general, all these companies remained content companies. They never became AI-first edtech companies. They can give you great content, but they cannot tell you which content you are ready to learn next. Right? They cannot personalize the content to each person. I was at Physics Wala the other day, and they said one video that they shoot is viewed by 4 lakh people simultaneously. That is their classroom. So they have reimagined what a classroom is, but they have not done AIification of the class. They don't know which of those 4 lakh people is actually ready to learn this content or should prepare something before they come to this. So they remain content companies. Okay, now we know what did these companies do wrong. Very big lesson, right? Now we are learning that lesson the hard way. They're struggling. Just imagine, all these companies had worked for many, many other customers in many, many domains. They were tech savvy and they understood domains, but they remained the Mother Teresa company. They said, I'm going to solve one problem for this guy, one problem for this guy, one problem for this guy. They remained a Mother Teresa mindset. They never became a Buddha mindset. They had the opportunity to create a healthcare operating system by learning from all the healthcare projects they have done, or from all the, manufacturing projects they have done. They could not come together and say, hey, this is my manufacturing team. You solved one use case for this guy, you solved one use case for this guy, let's get together and now design an operating system. They had that domain knowledge, they never used. Tech savvy they were, but they never used. Right? So they never became platform company, they remained services company. Now they are dying. Period. Services companies are dying. What about these companies? Some of you are very big fans of these companies, right? You know the temerity of Bain and McKinsey. They will go to Indigo and say, what are your problems? They will go to Air India, they will go to all these airline companies. They will learn from them. They'll come back, synthesize all that knowledge, and then go back to them and tell Indigo how to run an airline. McKinsey, which has never run an airline, is telling Indigo how to run an airline. That is the temerity of these companies, and now they are dying because if they had become a tech-savvy company also, they became domain-savvy companies, they could never build a platform. They could only talk about it. See the problem? So that is the mindset that we want. What about these guys? So this is MyJio. This is Paytm. This is Bajaj Finance. What are they trying to do? Look at their apps. They're putting everything that they offer in one big screen, right? This is already there. I already have a home screen on my phone with a bunch of icons. I don't need yet another screen with a bunch of icons. They should become a super app company, but they are becoming a collection of services, right? So I'm going to talk about this idea, right? So with all this learning, right, now where are we going in the next 20 years? AI is now a solved problem. IT is a solved problem. What is an unsolved problem? Integration is the unsolved. So the word of the day for me is integration, right? So let me talk about this idea of integration through the last 4 digital platforms mankind will need. It's a very bold statement. If you can think of anything else outside, please let me know. This is the last 4 things we will need. After that, we can all go and meditate. So what are they? The first is what I call the domain operating system, right? So today, banking is a collection of workflows. Healthcare is a collection of workflows, right? All of that. But nobody has integrated all the workflows in a seamless way so that, if an order comes on one side, automatically this happens, then inventory gets down, then replenishment happens. Nobody has integrated. We have created point solutions, and manually we are running with Excel and email. That's how the problem is. We need to build this operating system mindset. We'll talk about that. Then life operating system. Life operating system means today if you look at your phones, you have hundreds of apps for food, for travel, for entertainment, for education, for health. You have lots of apps. Our life is disintegrated into silos of apps, right? Again, the word of the day is integrated. Imagine a single super app that can take care of everything, right? So that is also integrated. So how do you integrate the backends of enterprises? How do you integrate human life? Then how do you integrate the work? So if I think about the lawyer's day, or a doctor's day, or a nurse's day, or a principal's day, or a teacher's day, they follow a very well-defined structure, right? They don't do 200 things. They do a very well-defined structure. Nobody has created a work operating system app for each of the professions. If you create one for each, then our farmers won't have to go through 20 apps to figure out what to do, right? Our teachers don't have to use, so we use today generic apps, Excel, Word, WhatsApp, ChatGPT. So we go through these little apps to get our jobs done. But imagine if somebody could streamline all that and it's all, your calendar is integrated, everything is integrated, right? And lastly, what the country needs is what I call a AI marketplace, which is, marketplace is a very powerful construct, right? Blinkit is a marketplace, Facebook is a marketplace, YouTube is a marketplace, Amazon is a marketplace. These are all marketplaces. Marketplaces is a very powerful paradigm. And now imagine doing the same thing with AI. Ajio knows you from that angle, right? Whatever, Myntra knows you from your fashion angle. Ola, Uber knows you from your commute angle. But if all of that you are doing through your super app knows you truly customer 360. And then it knows everything going on in the world. And once you say anything, it will integrate to all the agents. I'm just going you through a few agents. And all it has to do is connect to the right partner and finish, right? So there's a general way to think about integrating all the human needs into it. So now, if you have an example, right? So I, as a person says to Omni, I want to go home. Today, what do you do when you have to go home? You open Uber, you look at the price, you look at the ETA, then you open Ola, then you do this, then the guy calls you, he cancels, then you go back to Uber. You see the chore of life? All you should have to do is say, I have to go home, that's all, right? So there is a pull mechanism, and the other way also it should work. That means the app should tell you it's time to go home, there is a party at home, it will take 1 hour to go there, you don't have anything else in office, should I book it? Pull versus push, right? And then what it should do, it should invoke the right agent, it knows everything about you, where you live, you prefer prime cabs, you are ETA sensitive, not price sensitive. It knows all of that, right? And then it will call the partner ecosystem and optimize and say this is the best app for you, and your job is done, right? Can I replicate this across all domains? Can I say I'm running out of my asthma medicine? That's all I should have to say, right? It should know what asthma medicine I'm taking, right? So it should be able to do all that across food. So let me show you the real power. Why did I think about this in the first place? So back in the day, I was following this artist, Lydian. He's a very good piano player and all that. So YouTube knows that Shailesh Kumar is interested in this art. Now next to YouTube on my phone is the Book My Show app. Book My Show app knows that this artist is performing in Hyderabad. They don't talk to each other. So Book My Show would never recommend this show to me because it doesn't know that I'm interested in this art. That is the power of problem with silence. So now imagine if through super app you are going to YouTube and this, the super app knows everything, right? It knows what's going on in the world, what you are interested in. It can keep connecting the dots between people, right? Another example, so this is what got me started on thinking about integration mindset, consumer. Another example, so let's say I tell my super app, hey, I'm hungry, get my favorite pizza. Could it not do it? It will go to all the food apps and say, okay, this guy has the best pizza and all of that. Discount is going on, I'll order from it. It can do that. That's what Swiggy would do if you order on Swiggy. What does the super app do? It consults my health system and says, what is your cholesterol? How many steps have you walked? What are your medicines and, prescriptions? And then it will suggest that, no, you should not have pizza today. You should have that. You understand the idea of integration, customer 360 cannot happen if you build silos of apps, individual use cases. This is life operating system. Now we understand the difference between use cases versus operating system. Another example, cross-user integration. Imagine two people having a conversation. How long do you think it will take to negotiate which movie to watch, when to go, which show is good, right? You will go and say, oh, let me check my calendar. No, I don't like such movies. Oh, that theater is too far. It will take an hour to figure out what to do. But now imagine your super apps are connected to each other. They know your preferences. They know your location, calendar, behavior patterns, e-wallet situation. And now they also know what show times are there. So they know everything about you and everything in the world. And they will invoke an agent which will say, what is the joint thing that both of them will like, timing, location, and everything. By the time you hang up, it should actually book your tickets on that and book your cabs on. Because it's an integrated system. You don't have to go to, one other app to book a ticket, another app to book a show. That is the integration, right? The next thing I'll talk about is the democratization of AI. AI marketplace is a very important need of the country. We need to build this as a digital public infrastructure for the country. What does that mean? So we are talking about the AI marketplace now. The idea is, if you think about the needs of AI at a country level, right? So we have so many sectors. Each sector has many beneficiaries. Each beneficiary has many apps and products. Each app and product is using many types of services. And within the AI services, there are many types of AI services. So you see the number of AI stuff that we have to build is way too many. ChatGPT is not the answer. It is 1% of what we need. The rest of it we have to build. Indian data, Indian genetics, Indian clinical trials should give us Indian medicine. Right? We are following Western medicine. Right? So who is going to build all this? IITs will build some, right? Googles will build some, startups will build some. What we need is not that we have built all the 200 AI models. What we need is an integrated place where I can go and say, oh, I need a Telugu text-to-speech model. I should not have to go to 20 websites and find one. I should go to one marketplace and integrate with the API, and everything should just go, right? And I don't care whether Google built that model that I'm using or some startup built that model. I don't care. Like you don't care which farmer grew the potato you had in the morning. You don't care. That's the notion of a market, right? I had a video, but it couldn't come. So now imagine this. On the bottom, we have producers of AI. On the top, we have consumers of AI. It could be any company, any bank, any, organization. And they are just connecting to the API. So we have to standardize it. Like electricity had to be standardized. 4G, 5G had to be standardized. AI has to be standardized, right? Every API is standardized. And I'm producing models which are circles. And now you are willing to pay 1 rupee per API call. This guy wants to charge 95 paisa. Your model is available at that price. And now, quality versus price trade-off, right? Pretty much like a market, right? So like we have ad networks, we can create AI networks. All right. The last theme I want to talk about is domain operating system, right? Now we are heading into a new world. We are not building simple products anymore. So I'm going to talk about domain operating systems and think from your angle, what does it mean to build a manufacturing operating system? What does it mean? So if I think about how products have evolved, right? They started with physical products, cars and washing machines and all that. And these products came with programmed intelligence. That means if this, then that, if this, then that. They never improved over time. Only the next version of the washing machine or car is better, but that washing machine never improved. It only needs maintenance, right? That is version 1 of product. Then we created second generation products. These are what we call digital products. And we launched the product. We did not make it perfect, but we learned the art of continuous feedback loop. That is what we learned in the last 20 years. Google search was not the best search engine on day 1. But as people started clicking, not clicking on the top 2 results, Google search realized the feedback loop, and they learned the art of collecting the right feedback data, keep improving these models. So YouTube recommendation is becoming better, not because they are doing some fancy technology, but because we are giving label data and saying, oh, I clicked on the video, I don't like it, immediately I came back, Google tracked that and said, oh, this was a bad recommendation. So that's how they're improving. That's what we learned in the last 20 years, right? Feedback loop and AI. Where are we going in the next 20 years? That is what we should think about now. And I think of next 20 years is the idea of a product is going to evolve, right? It's not going to be a search engine or a chat GPT. That's not the product of the future. A whole smart city is the product of the future, right? So if I think about what the idea of a product is going to be, a smart city or a whole telecom network tower is not just one tower, one phone, one device. They are components. The whole network is the product, right? The whole electricity grid is the product, not a solar panel. The whole refinery from, how do you buy crude? How do you ship crude? How do you store crude? How do you manufacture? How do you do supply chain and sales and marketing? The whole thing is one product. So ecosystems are products now. Agriculture, we don't think of a fertilizer or a drone as a product anymore. We think of the entire agriculture ecosystem as a product, right? Healthcare ecosystem, e-commerce ecosystem. So the idea of product is now evolving, and this is everywhere, right? So if I look at all the industry verticals, we are already using these products, but we are treating them as collection of point solutions. We're not building an operating system for them, right? If I think about the business function, SAP Finance, SAP HR, what did they really do? They brought their SAP, finance guys and their digital guys together and say, tell me in finance what are the workflows, and told the digital guys to put it all together. That's how simple it is at the end of the day, but we are not doing it, right? So if we can do all of that, and then if we can do this for the government, right? Agriculture OS, property, defense, military is a very big complex system. These are what we call complex system. Our brain has to evolve to think like a complex system thing. That a smart city is a product, and what is that complexity? How do we evolve our IT thinking, AI thinking, to think of that as a whole? Yeah? Now, here is the real problem. So I have worked with many organizations. I consult with many organizations. And what I found is a common pattern. The common pattern is the following. That if you are a retail company, what do? Somebody tells you you need a search engine. What do? You go to a website and say, hey, give me all the top 5 search engine companies in the world. I'm going to take one of them and put that as one of the vendors. Then I need a recommendation engine. Then I need an order management system. Then I need a warehouse management system. What have I done at the end of 5 years? I have collected 20 independent vendor products that don't talk to each other, and I have hired a bunch of analysts who download Excel from one, upload Excel to another. Imagine if Ola was running like that. Imagine if they had one vendor to say get all the orders of cabs. Then somebody would take a Excel download from there, upload to another system where they're tracking their cabs. Then they say, now do allocation. Then they download another Excel and upload it to another system and say, now you tell the customer, this is your cab and all. That is not going to work. It is not going to scale. So at Ola, Uber, these are what we call post-digital companies. They were born with that mindset. Scale, real-time decisions, AI. They are AI-first companies, right? They're born today. But the old, taxi companies, the old food companies were born in differently. So what have we done in the CIO organization? Most of you are in that role. We have created what I call a digital slum, right? And we cannot fix a digital slum by going to one house and say, I'm going to put your AC here and put a toilet here. We are not going to fix a digital slum by doing incremental improvements in each vendor product. We are going to have to remove the slum, redesign and rebuild the complete operating system. So the need of the hour is, if you have to take care of the technical debt of the past, break away from those silos, we need to start reimagining how to build a digital smart city in our backend, highly integrated, and I'm going to show you. Now, why is this happening? So I launched a course in ISP called Hammers, Nails, and Chairs. Right? We need to have fancy names in the schools. So you've heard of this quotation, right? If you know a hammer, everything looks like a nail to you, right? So there are 3 types of people we need in any organization. One is what we have is the hammer people. Hammer people are technologists. They know the tools. They know ChatGPT, data science, data engineering, IT. They are the hammer people. They know how to build. They don't know what to build. They are trained in IITs and engineering. The second group of people is what I call the nails people. They are the people who are the domain experts, right? They are the finance guys, the operation guys, the manufacturing guys, the petroleum engineers, the law school guys, the agriculture school guys, business school guys. They understand the pain points and processes and metrics and decisions to run the business. This guy grows up in business school, that guy grows up in a engineering school. What happens when you put them together? Nothing happens. Why? You don't even know how to talk to each other anymore. He's talking about clustering and he's talking about marketing campaign, and they don't know that we are actually talking about the same thing in a different. That is the fundamental problem in industry today. Every industry. I come from Reliance, I look at it all the time. I've looked at how Ola works, how Google works, how Reliance works, how many other, I work with Hinduja Group, ITC Group, many other groups, Tata Group. Same problem. These two people don't know how to talk to each other. So now I have started teaching a new skill to business leaders, technology leaders, which I call the chairperson. Chair is a solution. You cannot build a chair if you don't know this and this. Until we bridge the digital divide and the domain divide, until we bring the two types of people together, we will never build a solution. And the problem is one group thinks that they know better than the other group. That is a big problem right now. Right? MBA ka full form is, mujhe bahut kuch aata hai. Right? So they know better. IT guys say, no, I am an AI guy, I know everything. That is the problem. We have to break the silo. We cannot build integrated platforms. Organizationally, we are divided. Right? Now, what has happened in the last 6 months is very different. Sir talked about the last 6 months versus last 60 years. We have to recognize a very beautiful opportunity that has come. What is that opportunity? Let's say I am an agriculture expert and I want to build the agriculture operating system platform for the country. I am an agriculture expert. I am a domain guy. I'm not a digital guy. Can I not build an agriculture OS today? Can I not do the right prompt on Claude and ask it to build the platform for me? I can do. So digital guy, domain guy can build a platform. Now, can a computer scientist who is passionate about agriculture, can he not do deep research on agriculture and figure out what are the workflows and metrics in agriculture? Can he not learn the domain today? He can learn the domain also and build the platform. So you see, what is the new era we are entering in is that digital domain divide is going away. Today, the most important person is the person who understands the domain and is able to create the platform both. That is the guy, we call it a Rambo in our institute, who is a one-man army. He understands domain because he knows how to do deep research in Claude. He can build products and platform because he knows how to build with Claude. So if you know these two skills, it's not about Claude. It's about this mindset that I need both to be able to build a solution, right? So how do we create that mindset and then bring those teams together and all that? So let me talk about how to think about this complexity, right? These are very complex systems. If you think about manufacturing, your own world, very complex, right? So I'm going to break it down into systems and workflows. It's a very simple idea. Now, if you look at airline industry, what are the systems in an airline industry? Right? So there's a system for training a pilot, a system for maintaining an aircraft, for building an aircraft, for maintaining an airport, security, baggage, food delivery. There are multiple systems in an airline industry. What are the workflows in the airline industry? Every customer is a workflow, right? Every customer uses one system to book a flight, one system to get into an airport, one system to get into the flight, and all of that. He is also using the pilot training system indirectly because that pilot got trained. You see, a workflow is a horizontal thing, right? Making a tire is a workflow. But procurement is one system, manufacturing is one system, sales is one system. So we are building great systems, but we are not integrating them seamlessly to create workflow. Just work, right? So we know this intuitively already. I'm not telling you anything new. We just have to simplify our complex systems into systems, right? So I won't spend too much time on this, but the idea is, this is the kind of language we create in the meta thinker, right? That every domain needs system of sensors. So in your world, you have system of sensors. Healthcare has system of sensors, system of records. What do you store? System of intelligence. How do you design and train your models and deploy your models? How does your sales guy interact with your business? How does your customer interact? How does your supplier interact? They all have UI, some front end. Those are system of interactions. Many types of people are interacting. System of operations, manufacturing, delivery, OTP. And what is missing is what I call system of integration. So in the human body also, we have all these systems, right? We have system of sensors, records, everything. What is our system of integration in the human body? How are all our other systems getting integrated? Otherwise, we'll be just a collection of organs, right? The nervous system and the blood system is integrating all the other systems. If you don't have that, we are just a collection of organs. Pretty much like a collection of point solutions, right? So that is the new thing we want to build in the system of integration. Let me give you some examples. So when I went to telecom, right, we had one team building this model, which says, if I know the location height of all the cell towers, I can tell you exactly what the coverage and interference will be on each screen. Another team was building this model. We said, if I knew the coverage and interference on every grid, and I knew each customer current behavior, motion, stationary and all, I can predict what will be the call drop probability or call quality problem. Another team was building another model. This is, if I knew the customer call quality and throughput, I can tell you whether the customer will churn, will continue, will pay the next bill or not. And another team was building this model, which said, if I knew the customer delight, I can predict my next quarter ROI and market share. These were 4 independent teams doing their own independent point solution. What did we do? We said, oh, your output is an input to that guy. Why don't we create an AI architecture? So like we have an IT architecture, there is an AI architecture that can connect business operations, operational actions to operational metrics, to customer experience, to customer value, and then to business. This kind of thinking is now important for us to think top down about any domain problem, right? What are the 200 models we are going to need? Output of this is an input, right? Another example, so as Reliance Group, we have a grocery business. We can understand a customer from one angle. We have a digital business. We have a fashion business. We also have can I not integrate that and build a retail 360 understanding of a customer? Then I have a song business, movie business, TV business. Can I not build a media 360 of a customer? Can I not blend all that and build a customer 360 of the customer? Now, can I not personalize everything? So now, if you are listening to bhajans in the morning, can I not recommend you a pajama kurta? Because I have done cross-domain understanding of the customer, right? That is what integration can be, right? Another one very important in the manufacturing domain. So refineries, today we are only able to, optimize one unit independent of all the other units. Now what we are saying, that you give me the whole diagram, I will learn the digital twin of each unit. I will know the end-to-end thing. And now if you give me a crude from Venezuela versus Russia versus Iran, I can re-optimize my refinery to produce the same kind of a thing. And I'm not doing independent optimization, I'm able to do joint optimization. That is also integrated, right? So last, let me show you some examples of workflows now. So here is one thing that really bothers me, right? So we have cameras everywhere. We have cameras in malls and bus stands and everywhere. The problem is we keep hearing this news. A guy came into a PG hostel, stabbed a girl, ran away. After 3 days, we found out he left the country, nobody can catch. The problem is that the police has to come, take the card from the camera, put it in a system, and then see what is going on and then figure out what to do, who to catch. This is what is happening in 21st century in the post-AI world. What is possible? Can I not get all the camera events across the country? Can I not detect actions? Can I not say this is harmful or normal action? If it's a harmful action, can I not raise an alarm into that camera? Can I not detect faces with Aadhaar data set? Can I not identify this? Can I not do this in 3 seconds? Is it possible or not? Why are we not doing it? Do we not have camera companies? We have camera companies. Do we not have face detection and action detection companies? We have hundreds of them in Bangalore. Why are we not doing? What is missing? Point solutions are there. Integration is the missing, right? So we need to generate an automation mindset and say, hey, why do I need a human in the loop? Why do I need somebody to download Excel and upload Excel? Why can't I integrate the system? Why can't I automate what needs to be automated? Another example, a farmer, the Buddha moment in agriculture is not that we don't have enough fertilizer or water or electricity. What is the Buddha moment? The main problem to be solved in agriculture is daily advisory to every farmer. Now, 1 lakh farmers call helplines across India in different languages for different crops. We can only handle 800 because there's a human in the back. Now, imagine if we want to solve that problem. The farmer is calling. Now, we can do speech to text and understand what the farmer is saying in whatever language. We can build an AI expert with all the domain knowledge of agriculture. We can integrate all the farms in the country with the, location and type of soil and moisture and all that. We can integrate all the sensor data. And now we can deliver the right information, content, how to put the pesticide, and also deliver the pesticide. Can I not do this? What is missing? We are funding thousands of startups in agriculture, each one doing one little thing. We are not integrating. See, the grid is missing, therefore we don't have electricity. Bulbs are there, but we don't have electricity. That is the fundamental problem, right? So now I can give personalized advisory. So we need to develop a workflow mindset. AI does not live in isolation. There is no such thing as AI. The main thing is the workflow. AI lives in the workflow. Sensors live in the workflow. Operations live in the workflow. All the systems live in the workflow, right? So that's how we need to think. Quickly, a farmer takes a picture of the crop. One workflow determines this. Automatically, it turns on the tube well if it's a water problem. If it's a nutrition problem, a drone can deliver the fertilizer. Or a pest problem, another drone can deliver pesticide. Satellite data could do all this for me, or a drone data could do all this for me. What am I doing on this slide? Am I reinventing the orange boxes? They already exist. I am reimagining agriculture in the post-drone, AI, satellite, device era. I'm just reimagining agriculture. But if we say, no, we need more education colleges in agriculture, if we need more subsidies for farmers, right? We are still thinking like that, but we should be thinking, right? So how do we create an integration mindset, not just fund more bottom-up solutions? We need to have an integration system also so that everything makes sense, right? So in my mind, AI is solved problem. Interoperability, integration is not a solve. That is what the next 20 years, right? Healthcare. What is the Buddha problem in healthcare? What does the doctor really do? What is the main contribution of a doctor? Diagnosis. Without correct diagnosis, nothing will move forward. And the problem in India is we have very good doctors in cities. Outside the outer ring roads, in every country, in every place, there is no doctor. For miles together, there are no doctors, junior doctors. So can AI take care of that? Like I built an AI expert for agriculture, can we build an AI expert for doctors? A different mindset is required. So now imagine you have initial symptoms, you talk in your language to an AI on the other side. It does what we call preclinical diagnosis. What are the possible top 5 diseases? It then sends that information to a real doctor. This is the new thing. It doesn't take a decision on its own. It sends all of that conversation and says, this is my diagnosis, this is what the patient said. it sends it to a real doctor. The real doctor agrees, disagrees, gives feedback, and then we move to the next stage. AI generates the investigation, doctor agrees, AI looks at the report, and generates the final diagnosis. Again, a doctor agrees or disagrees, and then, AI generates a prescription also. Again, a doctor agrees, disagrees, right? And then we get the patient feedback. So, this is what we call augmented intelligence. The next 10 years, we are going to see a transition. Doctors will not do diagnosis. AI will do. Doctors will curate what AI is. Software engineers will not write code. AI will do. Software engineers will curate the code that AI is. Right? Editors are not going to write an article. ChatGPT will write an article. Humans will move to curation. So your plant controllers are not going to control the plant. AI will make a suggestion. Increase this temperature. Inventory is low. Order more. AI will do it at a complex level. We will not do it. We will curate and oversee. So our role is not going away. It is shifting. Like a senior doctor's role is to guide the junior doctor. That is the new relationship. We are now entering into the era of what I call a curation mindset. Humans are going to become curators of what AI is doing. Humans are not going to do the creation themselves. A radiologist will not write a report anymore. Your X-ray is not connected to the printer. It is connected to the cloud. Cloud where the report is generated. This guy looks at the report, makes the changes. AI learns from that and becomes better. Millions of things happening simultaneously. That's a new world, the electricity model of, right? Another very interesting thing, we all are a victim of a great education system that British created. The purpose of that education system was to create factory workers and clerks. It was not to create Nobel laureates. How many Nobel Prizes India has won? 12. How many Israel has won? 14. I won't even go to US and Europe. You see, the problem with our education system is we have created an education system for test taking, GPA, marks, IIT coaching. We have not created any education system where the guy says, I love physics. I want to be a scientist in physics. We have not created that system, right? So now imagine our Netflix is personalized, our healthcare is going to become personalized, our Instagram is personalized. Why not education? So let's say I want to create a mastery learning platform in education. That is the Buddha movement in education, which is how do you create an individual learning path for every student. So initially a student is not ready to learn a concept. Then he finishes the prerequisite, he is ready to learn a concept. Then he learns with personalized content. Then he does personalized practice. Not same homework for everyone, same teacher for everyone, 4 lakh students watching one content. Personalized content, assessment, and then you have mastered the concept. Now, most important skill we need to learn today as leaders. What is the most important skill at 40 plus that we are expected to develop? Is it tech savviness? Is it how to manage a meeting? How to communicate? The most important skill is how to create an environment of psychological safety so innovation can happen and all that. How do you have empathy for your employees? How do you have those skills? Now remember, what are we doing with our students from 9th to 12th grade? What are we teaching them? In their foundation years, we are teaching them only one word, competition. Lakhs and lakhs of students, NEET exam just happened, second time. Lakhs and lakhs of our students are learning competition, competition, competition. Every day they are learning competition. How does that show up when we grow up and go to the roads? Competition. When we enter an aircraft, competition. When we are, working with each other, again, competition. So we are not creating a society of cooperative, co-creating people. We are creating a society of competition. How will I change that with my education system? So let's say a student just mastered a concept. What should he do? He should teach that to another student. AI will figure out which student is struggling with the same concept which you have just mastered. And now AI will say, you teach this guy to 3 students. You will also learn better. And now you have learned empathy, communication skills, all the soft skills you want to learn will be learned. So I'm going to change the education system from a competition-centric system to a, cooperative system, right? So this is what we call a journey mindset. We need to understand that student is a journey, patient is a journey, your customer is a journey. They are in a different state at different times. What do you do with them at this stage is different, right? So how do we think about the most efficient learning journey for a student? All right. I think this is very key. The last one I'll just show you. These two are the key. All right. So I think, yeah, that's it. So we got the sense, right? So if we think at a top-down level, if we think workflow first, if we integrate our domain experts and say you design the workflows, assuming that you know AI, assuming everything is possible that you are able to think, then they'll be able to design the right workflows, and the systems people, the digital people, will be able to build those systems to run the workflow. And that is the new era. Whoever will go there first. So agentic AI is doing what now? Is helping us build workflows and all of it, right? So how do we get there is now possible, right? It's a new era, and we should evolve along with the era and the new mindset. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll request you, sir, to please be joined here at the center. What an inspiring session. Thank you so much. And may I now humbly invite Srimandar Dev, sir, to please come on the stage and join us in felicitating Charlie, sir. Thank you so much for such a thought-provoking and insightful session. You have given us such really fresh perspective to reflect upon. Ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly request all our attendees, why don't we all join our hands together? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving us really fresh perspective to think how the future of business around artificial intelligence is going to be. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we halt here for a small, quick break. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, before that we move forward and we have another round of felicitation. We halt here for a small, quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are halting here for a small tea break for 15 minutes. So I request all of you, please leave with a promise that we are joining us back in next 15 minutes as we have truly inspiring session coming forward and waiting for all of us. So such a great platform for us to collaborate and share inspiring ideas. So I'll request all of you, remember, we are joining us back here in another 15 minutes. Thank you so much to all our valued attendees. And now I would request Mr. Rohit Kundra, sir, why don't you step forward and join us? And I'm very excited to share with all of you, ladies and gentlemen, we have Shri Pramod Rajagopal, Head Solutions Engineering Snowflake, sir. He's here with us. I would request Mr. Rohit Kundra to please step forward and come together to welcome Shri Pramod Rajagopal. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Truly, truly, your presence means a lot to us. Thank you. Let's come together to welcome. Why don't we all join our hands together? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful collaborative platform where we all are coming from different cities to be here, where we're not just discussing the technology, we're discussing the mindset that is required to, to catch up with the ever-evolving landscape. And in that order, we are hearing some really great visionaries, leaders who are sharing some really great ideas and perspective. Moving on, we have a keynote address by Sri Harshpatiji Singhania. And I want all of you to please put your hands together and help me welcome Sri Harshpatiji Singhania. Sir, may I humbly request you to join us on the stage as we all look forward to your keynote address.
You can hear me? Yeah, now it's working. Okay, great. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to be here with all of you. And once again at this very important company or group event, I should say, that we do, which is the Intercompany IT Conference. As you know, we have many conferences that we do which are intercompany. IT is one of them, but we've been having this for a long time, and IT now has become an extremely important part of the intercompany conferences. So I think the key is that learn from each other, meet different people, reach out to people you don't know, sit with them, talk to them, eat with them, and that is an equal part of the learning as much as what you would hear formally from the podium, and then go back and reimagine what you have been doing. So, Dr. Sailesh Kumar, Sri Pramod Rajgopal, our other distinguished speakers, all of you business leaders from JK organization, my dear IT colleagues, and all members of our JK family. Wonderful, once again, as I said, to be here. This annual conference, as I mentioned, is more than a gathering of technology professionals. It is a platform where ideas converge, innovations are shared, and the future of our organization is shaped through collaboration and, as I mentioned, collective learning. This year's theme, Shift Mindsets to Milestones, I think is very significant. It actually marks, in a way, a shift itself, that we are thinking about mindsets, because all conferences that we do, and rightly so far, have been around technology, how do we use this technology, how do we do this, how do we make it work, etc. So therefore this theme is very timely, and it is transformative as well. Technology, as you all know, is advancing at an unprecedented pace. Yet, the greatest transformations are not driven by technology alone. They are driven by people. People who are willing to challenge the existing assumptions, embrace new possibilities, and lead change with conviction. Every milestone achieved by an organization begins with a shift in mindset. It has nothing to do with technology. Today, businesses across the world are navigating an era defined by artificial intelligence, cloud computing, cyber security, data-driven decision-making, automation, and the digital ecosystem. These technologies are reshaping industries, businesses, and redefining competitive advantage. According to a recent PwC Global CEO survey, more than 70% of CEOs globally believe that Gen AI or generative AI will significantly transform how organizations create value over the next 3 years. This conference reflects our commitment to ensuring that JK organization remains future ready and digitally empowered. Well, let's talk about the strategic role of IT in this new era. Traditionally, technology was viewed as a support function. we used to say IT department hai, EDP department, even before that, some of you who have been around there would say EDP department hai. So it was viewed as a support function. Today, ladies and gentlemen, technology has become a strategic business enabler. Whether it is enhancing customer experiences, improving operational efficiency, strengthening cybersecurity, or enabling innovation, IT now sits at the center of business transformation. Technology leaders are no longer expected to merely maintain systems or software. They are expected to shape business outcomes. The organizations that will succeed in the coming decade will not necessarily be those with the latest technology investments. They will be those that most effectively align technology with business purpose. As Peter Drucker once put it very well, the best way to create the future is to actually go about creating it. This statement is increasingly becoming a reality across industries, including manufacturing, education, healthcare, mobility, and services. The theme of this conference challenges us to think differently. From digital projects to digital mindsets. The real transformation is not from manual to digital. It is from data to intelligence, processes to platforms, automation to innovation, technology adoption to digital leadership, and functions to ecosystems. A recent research by McKinsey suggests that organizations that successfully integrate digital technologies across business functions achieve significantly higher productivity and growth than their peers. However, technology alone does not create transformation. Transformation occurs when people, and I repeat, people embrace new ways of thinking and working. The most important operating system in any organization is not technology, it is mindset. Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming a foundational capability for modern enterprises. AI is helping organizations automate routine tasks, improve forecasting accuracy, strengthen customer engagement, enhance decision-making, and unlock entirely new business models. According to Microsoft's Work Trend Index, nearly 75% knowledge workers globally are already using AI at some form or the other at work. This is simply not a technology trend. It is a business transformation. At JK Organization, our opportunity lies in identifying where AI can create measurable value, whether through productivity enhancement, predictive insights, process optimization, or improved customer experience. The objective should not be adopting AI because it is in vogue, or it should be done, or is simply fashionable. The objective should be leveraging AI because it creates sustainable business value. Sustainable and business value, both being important. In the area of cybersecurity and digital trust, that is another important area that I'd like to touch on. As we become increasingly digital, we can also become increasingly interconnected. With greater connectivity comes greater responsibility. Cybersecurity today is not merely an IT concern, it is a business imperative. Trust has become one of the most valuable assets an organization can possess. Customers, employees, and stakeholders expect their data to be protected and their interactions to be secured. As we accelerate our digital transformation journey, we must remain equally committed to strengthening cyber resilience, governance frameworks, and responsible technology practices. Digital trust will be a defining differentiator for successful organizations in the future. And towards the end of my address, I will talk about this a little bit more. But coming back in the meanwhile to JK organization, we need to build a future-ready JK organization, which we always attempt to do. At JK organization, we have always believed in combining enduring values with progressive thinking. As we look ahead, our technology agenda must focus on 3 priorities. 1, business value creation. Technology investments must deliver measurable impact on growth, productivity, customer experience, and profitability. They must be measurable. We can't just say, oh, we are doing it, we are really doing it, it's great, everything is fine. Unless we are able to measure and see tangible outcomes. Anything in business has to be seen in terms of tangible outcomes. Number 2, talent and capability building. This, I believe, is a huge, huge gap. Money can buy hardware, software. It can't buy skills. It may get people. You can pay people, you will get them. But do they have the right skills? And most importantly, do they have the right mindsets? The whole theme of today's discussion is around mindsets. So the future belongs to organizations that continuously learn, adapt, and reskill. And the third is innovation and collaboration. The most powerful solutions emerge when business and technology teams work together with a shared purpose. Hence, innovation and collaboration. In fact, I will go even further to say that the future will belong not to organizations that merely digitize, but to those that continuously reinvent. So I want to take innovation beyond innovation and saying we really need to reinvent ourselves and the organization. See, I was talking during your coffee break just now, and we were discussing, Shri Sailesh Kumar, that look, organizations are designed or built, an organization structure is built around flows of information, of work, and the way things happen. Now, if that changes, then the organization has to also change. When we are using technology, as in IT technology, AI, and a whole bunch of other processes, the processes are changing. And along with that, if we don't redesign our organizations and our structures, we really haven't done anything efficiently. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are living through what I would believe, or what I'm sure you feel also, is one of the most exciting periods in business history. The opportunities before us are immense, yet the defining factor will not be technology. It will be our willingness to embrace change, challenge conventional thinking, and continuously evolve. The journey from mindsets to milestones is not a technology journey. It is a leadership journey. It is a cultural journey. And ultimately, and most importantly, it is a collective journey. So, as I said in the beginning, let's use this opportunity that this conference provides to learn from each other, share best practices, challenge assumptions, and accelerate our transformation agenda. Let us move beyond technology implementation towards business transformation. And let us ensure that every shift we make today becomes a milestone for tomorrow. Now, this is what I wanted to convey to you, but I want to touch on one other point, which I said I will come to. And that concerns AI, its boundaries and its governance. Although that is not really the remit of this conference, but since all of you are gathered here, I'd like you to think around it. I don't know if some of you saw my remarks in yesterday. I did a series of interviews in my different role as yesterday, some TV channels yesterday. One of the things I mentioned, because that is from an ICC standpoint, I think we need to develop, is because artificial intelligence is changing by the day, literally, or developing by the day, and technology is changing very, very rapidly. There are no governance structures. There are no frameworks around this. And as you can see, this is one topic which is being debated and comments from governments, from tech companies. Even tech companies have different views. And all of us as users, as citizens, or you and I, all of us sitting in this room, the data on my phone, the information on my phone, to what extent is it going? Where is it going? Do I know? Should it go there? Do I want it to go there? So there are certain things which we all as societies, as economies take as rules of the game. So for example, when I have to file an income tax return, there is some information that I have to disclose. That is mandatory. And we all agree that if we want to be citizens of a particular country, this is what I have to disclose. If I want my ID card, if I want my Aadhaar card, this is what I need to disclose. Where I live, certain other information, etc. So we all take that as, but those are boundaries, those are rules which are known. The issue is that today in AI governance, there aren't those boundaries and frameworks. We don't know to what extent it can be done. And then there is the complexity of cross-border data flows. So take something very simple. When we are talking of e-commerce, you and I are ordering something. It could be a small gadget, it could be a cream, it could be a cosmetic, and it may be coming cross-border. Now when goods come physically, there is a tax. But when data flows, where is the tax? Who has the right? And also this whole debate about jurisdiction and ownership of data. It is cross-border when you're doing something with Amazon. But since the transaction is happening in India, does that information reside here? Does it reside there in the US or wherever else? So these are big, big issues. Nothing to do with this conference. But since all of you are gathered here, I think we need to think around these things which are real. And therefore, there has to be a governance framework. Not a policing or something which is restrictive. I'm making a difference between governance and restrictions. Because restrictions stifle innovation. But there has to be a governance framework. So I just thought I'll share this point with you because this is clearly a very major thing to be done. It is for, and just imagine, last point here, let's just imagine, if all countries build their own separate digital protocols, how will things happen? Interoperability is very important. One of the things, for example, is that when we talk of physical documents, let's say goods go across the country. We sell, we export every day, we import every day. And there is a standard documentation. There is a bill of lading, there's a letter of credit, there's an export invoice, there, etc. But those are standardized. And that is why when you ship from here, when JK Tyre ships a tire and it goes to Dubai, it is something which is accepted on both sides by customs authorities. Now, what we are attempting to do is to put this, to digitalize this. And you'll be surprised that even globally, 80 to 90% of all documentation is still paper-based. Even though in this room we speak against our own interests of paper, but at the end of the day, that's what it is. So the cost comes down by digitizing, speed goes up, and more importantly, the smaller companies and smaller emerging countries benefit because the emerging countries and smaller businesses are left behind in the complexity. So there are many, many areas which digital IT from day to day to business encompass. Therefore, IT is at the heart of a lot of things that are happening, not only in business, but in the operation of nations. And India, we have demonstrated through our stack what we have done and what we can do, which nobody else in the world has done. So I'll stop here, but I just wanted to share some of these thoughts with you as to how IT is like a central nervous system today. And I actually coined in this conversation I was having day before yesterday that, everybody talks and reads about data being the new oil. I'm saying AI is really the raw material today on which enterprises run. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. How beautifully you have delivered the keynote address. Thank you so much once again for those inspiring and visionary keynote address, sir. Your words have not only reinforced the importance of innovation and digital transformation, but have also reminded us that every successful transformation begins with a clear vision and strong leadership. We are truly, truly grateful for your guidance and encouragement, ladies and gentlemen. And now, on this very note, we move forward with those inspiring thoughts. And now we are moving forward to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my utmost pleasure to invite our next speaker, Shri Pramod Rajagopal. He's a technology leader with deep expertise in data, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and modern data architecture. He's a solution engineering leader for India at Snowflake, where he works with leading enterprises to unlock the value of data, modernize their analytics performance, and accelerate AI-driven business transformation. With over 18 years of experience in big data, AI, and cloud technology, he has helped some of India's largest organizations build scalable, secure, and AI-ready data platform that deliver measurable business outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome Shri Pramod Rajagopal. Sir, a very warm welcome to you, and he's coming to take us how we can transform the future of businesses through AI. Over to you, sir. We all are looking forward to the session.
Hello, everyone. Wonderful to be here today. It's true privilege to be here in such a great, discussion. It's been very, very, eye-opening for me. And Harshpati ji, your discussion was spot on. I'm going to definitely tag into some of the thoughts that you shared with the team. And I think Shailesh ji, before that, we had a lot of very deep dive into the way I think the world can change. By that comparison, my presentation today is going to be a lot more pedestrian. And I come here today with two aspirations. One, not to preach, but to share thoughts in terms of what I have been seeing, both within Snowflake as one of the leaders in the space of AI. Secondly, in what I'm hearing from, industries such as yourself, you're all captains of the industry here. What am I hearing from your colleagues, both in India and across the world? And how can we essentially start to leverage some of this? So, that is essentially the primary motivation. And my first slide was, I think, and I promise I didn't have a copy of Harshji's, speech before this, but continuous improvement is no longer enough, right? I think that's some of the things that we wanted to just highlight earlier. We have been, I think, human beings are the most adaptable beings on the planet. The reason why we are on top of the food chain, despite not being the strongest, not having the most amount of physical attributes, is because of our ability to adapt, right? And that has been something that has already always given us a bit of an edge. But we've always been improving, right? We've been trying to improve. We know how to make incremental changes to the world we live in. But I think that time to make those incremental changes are now gone. AI has been a disruptive force. It has given edge to people who didn't have edge before. It's a great leveler in the world we live in. And Harshpati's ji on smaller emerging countries and companies now getting the same level playing field that the large Googles and the Facebook of the world, I think that is now becoming very, very important. I think, when I was first approached, I think Rajiv ji, we spoke about, this event and the theme around this. It was very apt that the fact that you're looking to move from mindset to milestones, right? And the fact that there is a, commitment from the JK group to bring all of you industry champions into this one group, one place to discuss and cross-pollinate, I think is a wonderful initiative. Hopefully more organizations do this. I would definitely, be a big champion of that part. Before I actually get into some of these detailed aspects of what we'll talk about today, there are two very important demographic data that, I found as striking. Now, there is a lot of AI-related demographics data out there, but I found these two to be particularly useful because the 82% of new, folks in India are not able to, 82% of Indian employers are not able to find AI-ready talent. 82%, that's 8 out of every 10 companies are essentially saying out loud that they are looking to hire people, but they are not AI-ready talent. That's a massive statement to the world we live in today, right? Well, everybody seems to be flaunting AI certifications, this new thing that they use. Everybody has access to Claude, to Gemini, to all of those tools. But still organizations feel that they're not able to hire people who are AI ready. The other part, which is a Government of India data point, is 230 million of Indian citizens are going to hit retirement age by 2036. That means there's a massive workforce that is in the industry today that is going to go out of the workforce and get into retirement. Now, your perspective on life actually makes this look either complementary to each other or contrary to each other. I'll let you figure out what actually makes sense to you. But this talks about both the challenge and the opportunity that is in front of us. And that is, I think, very, very important. An aging population that is going to go out of the workforce, where we are kind of driven by that for the last 2 or 3 decades. I think India has been growing in the pace that it has to a large extent because of the amount of people in the workforce. Now, if you were to take that out and you are also finding that people are not AI ready, that is a challenge that we need to address. But before we get into all of that, right, I think I just wanted to quickly share, this is something that you probably all agree to, but just as a quick context setter, what does actually digital transformation, especially with AI, really require as raw ingredients? There are 3 primarily, right? One is unified data, and I'll cover a little bit all of these in a lot more detail. The ability to take decision with haste and with confidence. Again, to Harshpati ji's point on ability to make decisions very quickly. The third part is for it to be autonomous. And I think Shailesh talked about this to a large extent. Knowing what to do and knowing how you want to do it, but then the ability to execute to make that happen without the need for intervention is what agentic is all about. So if you bring these 3 components together, that is what leads to the ability for us to move into this new mindset to milestone, I think, which is the theme of the discussion today. I'll talk about unified data up front, right? I think it is very obvious. I think everybody has heard this in the last 2 decades, especially with big data coming in that, hey, get all of your data to get into one single physical location, make it accessible to all of your system to drive good decision making. The fundamental concept remains the same, but what has changed underneath is you no longer need to bring data into one physical location. The diversity of data we deal with, which is automotive data, manufacturing, your IoT information, social media, the concept of physically bringing them all into one single place is probably no longer tangible. What is, however, important is for you to have a single view of the data, regardless of where it physically exists. I think that's a fundamental change that is now driving a lot of AI. We'll come to more of this when we talk about context and how context is important. But the ability to use data while it remains important, it doesn't really matter where it resides, but you to be able to access and use that becomes very important. I'll explain a little bit more detail in what is a typical manufacturing process. This is what the simplest way of a manufacturing process looks like for, let's say, pick whatever you want, right? Like, for example, an automotive company. It is very straightforward. It says you start with R&D, you look at supply chain, you build a product, then you go to all of these journeys. But in reality, this is what it actually is. There is just so many other contexts that is required, which makes this a convoluted process. So something which is a small change in an engineering specification might actually have a very simple but significant impact into your supply chain, but has a bigger impact onto your after sales and services. And all of this essentially tends to have a butterfly effect. And human beings, I think we have made incremental changes to all of this, right? For every single process, I think we've been spending a lot of time over the last few decades since the Industrial Revolution to identify, then leverage technology to make this a little better. One by one, but always in a silo. Whereas the changes you made in the first component, by the time you come to the last, the changes are no longer valid and are all obsolete. And that is where I think AI is really helping us change that journey very, very quickly, to be able to understand the impact of the change across your ecosystem, identify, understand why it happens before it actually happens, and also clearly articulate what is impacting those changes. These might be things that industry veterans might know very well about. But how do you bring in things which are not yet occurred or things that are unknown? I think the geopolitical situation in the world we live in today, where one single social media post by a certain gentleman can change the entire world on its head, is a reality we live in. Right? We never expected for that to be the case a few years ago. But as we all, are human beings, we adapt. We figure out how do we actually make changes, how do we isolate and insulate from these changes, how do we mitigate all of these changes. So that is basically a very big theme that we are going to look at going forward. The other part is making good decisions is important, but making it at a pace that gives you the distinctive industry advantage is even more important. I think, again, to call out Shailesh here, he talked about building the super app 5 years ago at Reliance, which did not happen, and then now there is regret on why that did not happen. Maybe the ability was there, maybe the intent was missing, but the ability to take that decision. And there is this technology terminology, as all engineers will learn. If you have to fail, fail fast and fail first, so you can learn from that, then reiterate and do that. With AI, especially in the world we do it today, if you look at any of the media posts, if you log into LinkedIn, if you look at any other place, there is a side that is very aggressive in pushing the AI view. There's another side which is extremely worried and believe it's the end of the world. And I think the truth as always lies somewhere in between. It is never one or the other. How do you actually understand to use AI to leverage, to make good decisions? But even if it is a decision that isn't going to help you, how do you quickly understand that it isn't a good decision to make, so you kind of kill that and start all over again? That is going to be very important. It is better to make a bad decision quickly and learn from it than to wait very long time to make a good decision when it is no longer going to be able to make an impact to you. And by no means am I saying we wager all of our value into one decision and then take it out. But as industry leaders, you are aware, you know your business really well. But it is better for us to really try and experiment. And this is something I'm seeing globally, right? I think most organizations who are adopting these changes, trying it out, not with a worry of failure, but to look at this opportunity in front of them, what if they crack it, rather than worrying about a safety net, they have tend to do a lot, better. Some of those examples are actually playing on loop on the extremities of the screen. What if those folks did not take that decision, fail, and then learn from it again? I think that is a wonderful aspect for it. The advantage, however, we have today is that AI aids in this decision making as well. What I would take probably as a time to do research right now for a specific topic, if it's 20 minutes, it used to take me maybe 20 days back in a day, right? The ability for AI to make decisions, it may not be that AI is making the decision, but it aids your ability to take those decisions, but do it a lot quicker. It's not a question of just what a problem is, but why and how is things that we are also able to now leverage with AI. A quick example is, again, right, supply chain. How does which part are most likely to cause a line stop in the next 14 days. Predictive maintenance. What if there's a war in Iran and how does it affect your actual supply of raw material? What do you need to mitigate? And can you have AI proactively recommend those mitigation actions to you before it actually becomes apparent and actually has an impact on your business? I think, again, Harshpati ji talked about customer experience, which is to a large extent in several industries, when the margin of difference between products and services is limited, the one thing that really stands out is your customer experience. It makes a huge difference. I mean, let's look at our own perspective, right? If you had to pick two identical products from similar organizations which serve a similar need, the only difference between what you will pick is going to be customer experience. How you feel when you do something is a lot more stronger emotion and has a better recall value than anything else in the human being, right? And that's something that is very, very important for us to look at. The last part is the autonomous era, right? And I think, again, depends on which side of the aisle you are in. People feel that we are already in the autonomous era, where there are agents which can take independent decision, or some feel that we are about to get there, but there is a risk associated with both of them. And again, the truth is somewhere right in between. There is, I think, an expectation that AI is going to be a silver bullet that solves everything and replaces human beings very quickly. While it might be true for a very small subset of very trivial job, humans are essentially being superpowered by AI rather than being replaced by it. If you go back to Henry Ford and the evolution of the production assembly line, the moving assembly line, that is what I was looking for. There was a fear that that is going to eliminate work, that industries will just now, start hiring fewer and fewer people. But the change it did is something very different, right? The number of industries it was opening up the avenues to, the number of people who ended up actually getting jobs in industries were an order of a magnitude higher than what was ever possible in human history. We are at that inflection point here today with AI, right? So what was possible, what we thought was way beyond human possibility for the next century or so, is probably possible within the next 12 months if we dare to dream and try and see if that works. I usually don't like to use like case studies or things like that because it's very contextual. But the reason I picked an industry peer of yours in certain areas is like the metrics here are all fairly significant or very important. I won't go through all of them. The reason why I thought this was very useful is on how quickly this particular organization was able to get to this point in a matter of weeks, what was otherwise planned to have taken months and if not years to deliver, which is time to insight almost cut by half. The ability to optimize spending and pricing without the need for a manual intervention, which allowed for better, profitability. Accountability and sourcing became a lot more easier, and essentially making strategic decision in view of geopolitical changes become a lot easier as well. And what actually ended up, happening is all of these metrics would have been possible regardless of AI, but it was something that cut down the time to deliver it by 1/10 or 1/100th rather than cutting it down by half. That is the pace at which AI is moving in. So if you have any problem statement, you don't need to go all in and just bet all on it. But if you can pick these few metrics, again to Harshpati's statement that it has to have measurable impact on business. If you start working backwards from figuring out what in your process has it measurable impact, then figuring out how AI can fit into it, it is a much better way than to pick a glamorous use case which probably looks really cool in a demo but has very little meaningful impact to your business. And that addresses the largest, I think, concern which most people have is cost. You hear this in the news every other day that an organization signed up with an AI company for X million dollar, burnt all of it in a matter of 3 weeks, which was supposed to last them for one good year. And it is not the cost burn rate that is the concern. It is what value did it deliver or the lack of it is that the biggest concern around all of this. And this is again, right, what I'm seeing in general with the companies that, and the organizations globally that we are working with, where are customers seeing a lot of value, where there is measurable impact in their businesses and how they're able to take it forward and deliver value for both internal stakeholders and their shareholders globally are some of these key areas. Supply chain seems to be the most hot topic, especially in the last year or so since there has been a change in the US presidency. But engineering and R&D, which has been a traditional bedrock, there is established practices on how that happens, even in very traditional manufacturing companies. That seems to be taking up a lot of focal length to be able to deliver value to customers. The others, I think, are fairly straightforward. Production and quality, again, has a very significant impact to the financials of a company. So the ability to understand, mitigate, and then prevent, quality and production issues ahead of time, including things like predictive maintenance, has seen a lot of value. The workforce support seems to be the most common entry point, but also seems to be capping out in terms of the amount of value it delivers, because I think having internal knowledge base, bots that can help automate some of the trivial tasks, all are great experiments. But at a point in time, about 12 months after this initiative starts, we are seeing that a lot of this is tapering off in terms of the additional value it delivers. So this is a common pattern. It is great to bring that in, but again, having each individual teams have a little bit more focused, I think, operating system, as to use Shailesh's word, to specifically automate some of the work that they're doing, seems to have better value than just to have a support function. I think the other ones are fairly obvious, so I'll skip through all of that. Here is where I think there's again a culmination of, I think, some of the things that Shailesh and Harji talked about earlier. I'll start with the what to not do section first before, hey, what to continue to do or to start. The same org structure which we've had for decades, if you were to use the same one and just use AI to augment existing workflows, you will see a slight change in the needle, you will see value, but that is a lost opportunity. One of the things, just going back to the assembly line that Henry Ford started, what it changed is not the output of the product, but the way the product was built itself. Right? The jobs that were part of a manufacturing industry before the assembly line were very different. Organizations revamped their entire org structure around the assembly line to be able to deliver the most amount of value from all of it. Similar is a time that we are in right now. So if you were to use the same structures, the same organization, aspects that we've had for a very long time, but just keep the roles to be supported by additional AI, there is chances of us being left behind and by a significant margin. Again, being content with limited gains is another thing. I think seeing a 5 or 10% improvement in a process might have a significant impact on revenue. But if we were to just keep it at that and be content with what we can do, that stifles innovation, imagination, and the ability for us to do a lot more. And I think the sky is the limit and even beyond, probably at this point in time. And the ability for us to try something out very quickly and fail, as we had alluded to earlier, allows us to imagine a lot more and a bigger dream for us to try and take the moonshot, which historically was a lot more challenging. And if we have manual coordination for everything that we do with AI, this comes back to just AI being augmentative, not essentially doing a lot more. It is okay while we are defining processes, and I think Harji rightly called out governance. Before we start to roll it out, it is imperative that we bring the human in the loop and drive a lot of those discussions up front. But if the larger view of AI and the way we look at it is for it always to be requiring a man in the middle for even some of the most iterative and mundane of industrial tasks, I feel, again, that's a big lost opportunity. And that is something that I think we should all really look internally to see what we can eliminate. What do we do to become AI native is, again, fairly straightforward. There's always this concept of first principles and always going back to first principles when in need for guidance. What are we trying to solve? Why are we trying to solve it? And then how do we solve it? Re-ask the same question, but now with the lens of AI. Look at it from a perspective that helps you reinvent the wheel, so to speak, to a large extent, is something that has been working really well. Even for an organization like Snowflake, where we've been at the forefront of AI for a while, but we have had this inflection point and around what do we focus on? Do we focus on building these really cool models, these LLMs, which seems to be a dime a dozen these days, and by the time it is released, the same afternoon it's already obsolete because somebody else did something else? Or to look internally and say, what are we trying to solve for our customers on our own? Are we trying to get them to adopt AI quickly and see business value? Or are we trying to just build large language models and be cool and be in the news all the time? So that's a decision we had to consciously take to say, our focus is going to be on helping customers get the latest and greatest of AI. Doesn't matter who the model provider is, doesn't matter who that source system is. But let us become that platform that helps organizations get business value, rather than focusing on being on the news, is something that has worked well for us the last year or so. A lot of our customers are also saying the same thing. We are not looking at it from a perspective of, trying to solve this humanly. And when anybody asks the question, no, I need a human being, the question of asking why does it require a human being? And the 5 why principle, I think we are all very well aware of. Until we get to the point is, why do we really feel there's a human required? We will not be able to come back to changing the org structure, I think, that we talked about earlier. The other parts are fairly simple. Every launch must improve a system. I think that there's a lot of fatigue right now because of how AI is being leveraged. We look at AI, we make basically no incremental value proposition, but it's just something cooler that does something slightly faster. But to keep that principle of every incremental change in the system must drive an incremental, noticeable and measurable value is going to be fundamental to how we look at AI as a use case. The rest I'll go through very quickly. I think we talked about oil being the new data, data being the new oil, being the new electricity. Everybody has data right now. I mean, every organization right now has measurable, usable data. The question is, does it have the ability to drive value from it? That is, I think, a question we need to answer. And the answer to the question is, data without the ability to have context to the data, going back to, I think, Shailesh's point on building the OS, is absolutely useless. So if you were to be able to bring data together and also provide context to it, that is when the data really starts to become the oil, the electricity, or whatever is the one that you are most closely associated in your industry. That becomes fundamentally useful. Just having context doesn't make sense. The ability to use that context and understand and solving a workflow that is important to you is super important. So when somebody says context is king, you should be able to leverage the context and not provide biases in the system that creates a workflow because you think it is good, but rather than it actually solving a business problem. So those are, I think, very, very important. The most obvious question, if I were to ask people to raise their hands on what worries them most about AI, there'll be 2 usual callouts. One is governance, the other is cost. Cost is, I think, absolutely fundamental, and people usually refrain from having a conversation about cost. But it is good to have that cost conversation. And it goes back to value, right? Cost and value are two sides of the same coin. If you're willing to spend money, what are you trying to get in return? That is an honest answer we must ask of ourselves. If you see value, like if you have 2 cars and one is more expensive than the other, you are buying the more expensive car for a reason, because it has better safety, it has better security, you have a small one, and it requires a car seat in the back. While 2 of them might serve the same purpose, the value that it derives is absolutely important. So if you were to look at it and then build backwards from the value, the cost becomes a function of how much you are willing to invest to how much return you're getting. Of course, there is going to be need for governance to make sure there is no squandering away of your AI tokens as usually happens on a day-to-day basis. The demise of the wall garden, and now this is something that I'll be very cautious about. It shows a garden wall that's broken. This does not mean lack of governance, but this comes back to the point of having a 360-degree view. You, as for example, JK Group, have customers across the globe with different industries, but there is more than a likelihood of different group entities talking to the same customer in a different part of the world. The ability for this wall garden to be broken down And all of this context in a governed fashion to be made available across the board allows for a much better use of this data for building this AI capabilities that will drive your business forward. So gone are the days when there is a specific data owner who owns a lot of the data, but is only confined to that data, but everybody has to go through this particular gatekeeper. That model is becoming more and more obsolete, and there's a need for us to relook at that model. And the last slide here is AI is a data problem, right? So there is no AI strategy unless you have a data platform and a management strategy across the board. So AI doesn't magically remove the need for you to have a clear view of what you want to do with your data, how you want to do the data, how you want to use the data, and where does this data decide and what else do you want to do with it. So there is still a need for a fundamental problem to be solved. While it has become a lot more easier to use AI to have a clear platform strategy, there is still a need to solve that. Unless you solve for governance, cost, ecosystem, the ability to have reliable data with the quality that you need, you will not still be able to get the value in spite of doing everything else right. So that is still something that's fundamentally important. And with that, I will thank you all for a very patient hearing. And it's been a privilege to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Once again, why don't we all join our hands together and thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you so much. And now, to felicitate, sir, I would request, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, to please grace the stage and join us and present a moment of token of appreciation to sir. Ladies and gentlemen, truly very, very insightful session. Truly, we have so much so to learn from the session. Thank you, sir. Recipient of Padma Shri, Sri Sridhar Vembu. He's the founder of Zoho Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, and this currently serves as chief scientist. An alumnus of IIT Madras and Princeton University, he has built one of the world's most respected software companies, entirely bootstrapped, serving millions of users across the globe while staying deeply rooted in the values of innovation, self-reliance, and long-term thinking. His vision goes far beyond technology. He has consistently championed rural entrepreneurship, homegrown innovation, and built world-class products from India for the world. His leadership continues to inspire businesses to think differently, not just about the growth, but about purpose, people, and sustainable progress. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me extending a warm welcome and help me welcome him on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Padma Shri, Sri Sridhar Vembu, founder Zoho Corporation. So we are truly, truly elated to welcome you here on this stage. So much so for us to learn and take away from this session. We are truly honored to witness the session live right here. See Vembu sir talking live. So I'll request once again, everybody, whatever we are doing right now, just keep it on the side and we need all your attention right here. Vembu sir, our leaders at DK organization would come together to honor and welcome.
First of all, thank you for having me today. It's really a privilege and honor to present to this group. In fact, the moment my friend Shiva invited me, I said I'll shift around the date I wanted to come. And it's a particularly important moment, a major shift going on. I'll first capture it this way. In the last about 1 year, we have not actually hired a single new software engineer in our company, which is probably the first year in last 30 years that we have not actually hired any new engineer. In fact, one thing we told our employees is that we will not have any layoffs, that we will transform ourselves for this new shift that's happening, but without any layoffs, we'll do the internal transformation. So we are in the middle of it. I'm happy to report we are actually now more confident. So we're more confident now than say I was about a year ago. And so I think, my expectation is in about 6 months to a year, we'll start resuming to hire more, cautiously first, but more. But I'll first talk about that topic. So if you looked at about a year and a half ago, you heard things like SaaS is dead, and there is no value in software or enterprise software anymore. AI is going to eat everything, right? And even we actually had to take that, even though I didn't totally buy into that thesis, but you cannot also ignore it, obviously. When smart people tell you your business will be dead, you should pay attention, as I say. Smart people pay attention. So my instinct as a technologist told me that there is obviously an overblown rhetoric here, hype, all that. But at the same time, I cannot also ignore the possibility of what is going on there. And then we, of course, put all the models to test. We are using it. We have our own, some internal models. And there isn't, we didn't find, and I have reported this consistently, if you followed me on X, you would see this. No, we are not seeing the kind of massive productivity gains that will allow us to eliminate all software engineers or most of them. That was not happening, actually. And our smartest people will tell us it makes me more productive, but if you measure it end to end, what you ship to customers for value, it definitely was maybe, if you got 20-30% productivity, you're good. And sometimes the productivity could be negative because people are spinning their wheels or people are shipping the wrong things. They're shipping a lot of wrong things, which is not useful. Nobody wants to pay for it, right? The industry has broadly learnt all this. Just yesterday, Zuckerberg said, Mark Zuckerberg, the AI is not there yet, kind of thing. It's coming from him, someone like him. And a week ago, Satya Nadella said they are going to look at DeepSeek. After having poured hundreds of billions into OpenAI, they're saying they are actually looking at DeepSeek. And then Databricks, the major analytics, data mining, all of that, they said they are embracing the GLM, Chinese open source model. We heard that from Coinbase. So company after company in Silicon Valley. Just this morning I posted about how Palantir CEO, who's if the term Silicon Valley insider has any meaning, you would be in it. Alex Karp. He launched a frontal attack on the AI model companies, namely Anthropic, OpenAI, all that. He said these companies are not delivering value to enterprises. They are sucking all the value. They're trying to suck all your proprietary know-how, data, all of that for no benefit to you, no net benefit to you. You're paying them to take away all your source of value. Essentially that's what he said. You're paying them to suck all our source of value. So, which is actually pretty brutal coming from him. It's not what he said, who said it also is important here. And so this is where it is today, as of, July 3rd in 2026. This is what we are seeing right now. And now come to our own journey. We are, what we saw starting from nearly zero per engineer about year and a half ago. Last month we learned that we are spending about $200 per person per month on AI. Per engineer, $200. And that's about almost 20,000 rupees now, right? At the current exchange rate, give or take. And our own engineers started questioning inside. We have a lot of open discussions on this. Said, hey, isn't it just cheaper to hire people than spend all this money on AI? They asked me, actually, you are the chief scientist, you tell us, why are we spending all this? The honest answer, I told them, look, if we didn't do this experiment, we didn't spend the money, a lot of our own people, you would have felt we are way behind, we are not adopting, we are not with the times. So the entire industry was, this FOMO, fear of missing out on this. And so we had to do the experiment. If we don't do the experiment, you wouldn't be asking this question. Instead, you'll be asking, are we behind? Are we screwed? Now that we know we have done the experiment, we have used all the tools, we have maxed out all of this, you tell me that, now you agree that maybe it's not. So we are actually pulling back. As of last week, we have placed a lot of restrictions. Our spending will come down from the 200 maybe to 100, maybe 50, all of that now. And we are substituting Chinese models, all of that is happening. So in other words, it peaked and now it's coming down. This is the trend today. So as of, I can tell you, it's all latest, hottest of the press news. And what is interesting is nobody is complaining in the company. People are actually cheering that we are seeing the light, true light now. Because it's something that we had to experiment with. Otherwise, we would not have been able to, I would not be able to give you an accurate report on this. So we went there, we were the earliest adopters of a lot of this technology, and we saw both the pitfalls and the potential. The potential is there. See, I use it. I can tell you, any of us, we definitely can find value at the $20 a month level. It's research assistant. It's excellent to learn a new topic. Like if you want to understand something, it will give you a good summary. Provided you don't trust this too much. Provided you use a couple of engines to validate wet ideas, all that. If I am struggling with even a deep technical question, I can have a very engaging, good research assistant mode conversation. I can say, hey, what are the approaches to this problem? Like last week I did some, how do we speed up this piece of code? It gave some very good ideas, some not so good ideas. That judgment, right? These are not very good ideas, these are good ideas. That's what human is, essential. So that's where we are today. In other words, I definitely find value, and the open source models are almost as good in that value. For example, I have DeepSeek in my phone, along with all the other rest. I find naturally I'm using DeepSeek also a lot, and it's completely free. So that's why, and I also have subscriptions. Even though I have subscriptions, I'm using the free model a lot. That is quite good, actually. So this is where it is at right now, and the transformation now is about halfway done. We are also internally shifting people around to initiatives, all of that. But so I am confident, and I can report you the bottom line on the business. Through all of these, our business kept growing at about the same rate. When people declared AI will kill us, we are growing at about the same rate, before, after. And then the entire next year, when we are afraid we are going to be dead, we are growing at the same rate. This is the weirdest thing where I used to joke, if we are going to die, why don't I see any signal of our death yet? Right? So actually that is how it has felt inside. Every month. And in fact, I tell you the more significant problem that has come up, and that's entirely due to AI, memory prices are killing us right now. And to give you an idea, our cost of servers, we buy our own servers, everything is hosted by us. We only go colo. That means that we rent the space and the power and the bandwidth. All the rest of the equipment is what we buy. Servers, switches, all of that, and the firewalls, all of that. And the memory alone, now the server prices have gone up about 4 times. So the cost to serve the same traffic is, from a server perspective alone, is 4x. It was about a year ago, 6 months ago. This is directly due to AI, but this is not any AI-led productivity or anything. It's directly the AI cost increase. And we have not raised prices. So this is where we are going to wring out efficiency gains in our business to ride through it. We actually think this could be an opportunity for us, because a lot of SaaS companies are going to struggle with this problem. I mean, AWS, all of them are now struggling. So this is also exposing another fact which we were aware of long time. I've been aware of this. Fundamentally, software has bloated faster than hardware has delivered improvements. And to give you an idea, I mean, to write Python code and run it on a server, it's 20, 30, 40 times slower than writing C code, running it on the same server. And even JavaScript may be at least 4 or 5 times slower. And can we achieve the memory and CPU efficiencies without incurring any productivity disadvantages, suffering productivity? The reason you will adopt a Python or JavaScript is more productive than C. But can we achieve those? That's where a lot of R&D we have done, and I'm happy to report those things have paid off well. We are actually now getting better efficiency in deploying our code into servers, all that. This will continue for the next year or two. That's where we are going to, at least what this AI has taught us is how to get more efficient in our code. So if there's one redeeming value from it, because it increased memory and server prices. It used to be for 25, 30 years. I've been in this industry for 30 years. Essentially, software engineers have been taught to ignore questions of efficiency. You throw CPU and memory at the problem. That's how it is, honestly. And you will be generally laughed out of the room if you suggested maybe we are throwing too much memory, all that, because it's cheap anyway. Why do you care? The programmer time is more expensive, so let's throw memory and CPU at the problem. This has been which is why, those of you who are not very technical would have noticed, if you are older, if you notice, you had the same Excel, same PowerPoint, same Word, all that 20, 25 years ago. Same Windows, same Mac. There is not anything substantially different it's doing. You're going to your file, you are clicking, you are editing it, all of that. Yet your memory and your CPU, all that is faster and faster and faster, more and more memory. My first PC had 16 megabytes. Now we have 16 gigabytes. 1,000-fold. We are running not that much different. I mean, we still have browsers, all of that. What has happened is you run a lot of things in JavaScript, in Electron, all of that. That's much more expensive to run. And this has been the problem in our industry. One shift I can predict, software is going to get more efficient in the next 5-10 years. Thanks to all these prices. So companies that know how to write more efficient code will thrive. That has not been a factor at all for the last 20 years. And I used to ask these questions 10 years ago to our engineers. Why are we, more and more hardware we are throwing at this problem? This is simply from avoiding waste perspective. So in fact, today I'm going to Japan tonight. And the one thing I learned from Japanese is the avoid waste and everything. That's the entire cornerstone of Japanese industry can be summarized by avoid waste in everything. Any particular activity, you look at what is wasteful, avoid it. Basically, that's the engineering, that is their design principle, that all of it, that avoid waste. And I know in software we are wasting a lot. We are wasting memory, CPU, all that. That has been thoroughly exposed now. That has been the big shift now. Now coming back to the AI question, now the leading companies, software companies are now basically on a rebellious path with the AI labs. So we have an open warfare going on right now in Silicon Valley. That has been the latest now. And the multi-trillion dollar investments were based on the idea that these companies are going to monopolize all of tech. And this actually goes to I'm going to zoom out a little bit. If you are in industry, in fact, yesterday I was in Rajapalayam in the textile, visiting some of the textile mills. And the problem they mentioned was the latest spinning, the machines are so expensive, the robotic machines. They're more productive, but they're much more expensive. The payback time has gone to 7-8 years now. It used to be 3-4 years. They said it would cost us about 5,000 rupees per spindle to put this up. Now it's 15,000, 16,000 rupees per spindle. And this has been observed in the textile industry. I've heard this from multiple textile industry folks, the people who are converting cotton into yarn, that business. Yarn prices have not gone up much, but the cost to put up the mill has gone up. They said, this is the blasphemy part, we are now rethinking the whole labor versus capital investment question. Maybe we should just employ more labor instead of spending so much on the capital goods, which directly comes to programming too. Maybe these models are super smart, but they are so expensive, it's actually better to hire programmers instead. Right? Our own engineer asked that. He said, we are spending so much money on AI, why don't we hire more programmers instead? It came from one of the engineers, in our engineers. So you can see across two completely different industries, this question. This actually comes to a different, even zoom out bigger. I've considered the fundamental challenge facing Indian industry today. See, we have factories. We know we make very many industrial goods now. We are a manufacturing nation. We are actually manufacturing everything from steel to cement, everything, right? The problem is we don't own the technology, the capital goods, the know-how behind our processes, the capital goods, the machinery, all of that. In any process industry, if you look at it, this is approximately true. And that technology, as it spouts more software-driven technology there, that machinery is becoming smarter, more IoT, more data, more processing, all of it, it's becoming more expensive. The technology is becoming more expensive. How do you measure it? You take the technology component on a unit of production, the technology component on a single, whatever the metric on yarn, the meter of cloth, on the technology component in the bag of cement, all of it, we are paying a higher percentage of our value addition to technology. And there's a limit to this process, right? How much value should we transfer to technology? This is really the question now. The question facing all the industry is, what percentage of value should be going to technology versus what percentage of value we are keeping in-house for our own employees, our own shareholders, all of it. And this is what the Palantir CEO exposed directly. He said, the AI companies are trying to shift all value to themselves and completely making us simply contractors, labor contractors to them, in effect. This, interestingly, 4 years ago in Tirupur, when I was visiting some of these weaving mills, the exact same terminology was used by a businessman. He said, sir, I borrow money from the bank, I set up a factory, and then it takes 7 years, and then the machinery is obsolete, I have to borrow again. I am actually not a owner of a mill. I am actually a labor contractor to the equipment vendor. Right? This is actually a fundamental issue now. This was actually visible already 4 years ago, and that's why I started advocating we have to develop our own capital goods. In fact, the next stage of our growth, going from the lower middle income kind of the $3,000-4,000 GDP status towards the $10,000, $20,000 GDP and beyond, has to come from our mastery of capital goods. And that comes to R&D. And this is where my favorite topic here. I want to tell you that the R&D is not expensive at all, particularly with Indian brains in India, with all of the universities, with all of the engineering colleges, all of it. It is not expensive, it is time intensive. And you cannot predict the timing of any particular catch-up, even a catch-up innovation. I'm not talking about original Nobel Prize winning stuff. That's a very different animal where we don't even know the right questions to ask often. Because we cannot, if I knew where the next Nobel Prize will be found, I can go work there, right? So we cannot know the ideas come randomly often. But even to say catch up with a particular industry, a particular process. I'll use the example of Aratai. We are trying to catch up with WhatsApp and Telegram, all of that. The catch-up process has an intrinsic time complexity to it, time indeterminacy. This might sound initially, why is it so? Other people have already done it. Well, the people who have done it are not sharing all the secrets with us, And you run into problems that other people may have run into in their companies, but we don't know the actual solution they came up with. Tips and tricks. And the most advanced industry where this is true is the semiconductor fab. It costs 10-20 billion to build a modern fab. But that's not all of it. If we could come up with $20 billion in India, let's say 3 or 4 industrial groups come up with the money and put up a fab, we would not be able to achieve the 2 nanometer in any quick time. Yet TSMC itself does not make all of the equipment. In fact, almost none of the equipment is from TSMC. They buy it from Applied Materials, they buy it from Lam Research, they buy it from Tokyo Electron, and they buy it from the ASML, the big one, ASML in Netherlands. The ASML alone costs about $200-300 million per machine. So it is assuming that we can buy it. Some of those machines are, export controlled, all of that. Even assuming they'll take our $300 million and give us the machine. Using it to achieve the process yield that TSMC achieves with the same machine is not trivial. And the only analogy I could come up with is, given the exact same ingredients, a highly skilled chef can transform it to extreme value compared to somebody a novice. So there is a process know-how there, the translating all these machinery, all these inputs into extremely high value process. That is R&D also. There is a lot of proprietary know-how in TSMC that they are not giving out. In fact, companies like TSMC so jealously got this know-how, it is very difficult to hire away their people. And the Chinese pay, the Chinese do industrial espionage to find out the secrets. That level now. And in that industry. And similar thing applies to any industry. It's not just TSMC. I guarantee you, if you look at the best, any particular, best spinning mill, to the best cement maker, to the best any of these, and you compare to the average, there are really an accumulation of small tips and tricks that accumulate to compelling source of value in the end. Your finished product is better quality, more durable, all of it, but the source of all that is coming from 50, 100 small things that accumulated to deliver this. And finding those 50, 100 small things is R&D, basically. So that's why the chef analogy applies here. Taking the same ingredients, but translating it to superior output, superior value, that is the name of the game right now. And for that, that is where I don't mean capital goods in the sense of what machinery we buy alone, even though that's part of it. And this is where my trip to Japan, I'll explain. The Japanese have a very unique approach to capital goods. The major industrial groups in Japan all have captive capital goods subsidiaries. Something very important to note. The major industrial houses, if you look at Toyota, if you look at Honda, all of them, they don't buy simply somebody's machine and customize. They build their own very custom capital goods. Why is that important? I can tell you from software perspective. Zoho runs mostly on our own internally built tooling and infrastructure. We actually, and we have a fairly substantial R&D team that has been working 20 years on these problems. Even the databases, we tweak them for running in the data center. A good example, we actually are one of the probably only 2 or 3 companies in the entire world that know how to run SQL databases on GPUs. And we get speed up like 100x on queries. And this technology is not generally commercially available. I'm sure we are going to productize it at some point, but initially we deployed it in our own data centers to see it. One reason we have not productized is, GPU prices. If GPUs were more affordable, we would widely commercialize this technology. But GPUs are so expensive now, we are waiting. We think let GPU prices come down, then only we'll introduce it. Otherwise, there's no point, We come and give you the technology, you have to buy GPUs. Most of the money will be transferring to the GPU vendor anyway. So that's why we didn't actually commercialize it. But the R&D is very critical. And this R&D only took maybe about 8 or 10 engineers working over about 5 years. Hardcore. This is really difficult work. And very smart engineers working towards about 5 years. This is the point I mentioned. It's not expensive. I'm sure most companies can afford the 10 engineers for 5 years, but it's time intensive. And it's also the right 10 engineers, not just random 10 engineers. The right engineers who are willing to commit themselves to the problem, stay the course, all of it. So that is the critical part. This lesson I learned from the Japanese, studying the Japanese. So what the Japanese have done is to really in their core industrial processes, they have R&D teams, engineers working alongside the production workers, studying it, coming up with tweaks. They are continually improving their processes, continually evolving their machinery, make custom machines. And this is where the custom machinery comes in. See, if you buy the German machines or the Swiss machines, all of that, the traditional knock on the Germans is over-engineering. You would have heard this, right? And expensive. But I'll explain the over-engineering in a different way. It is not over-engineering. When you are selling capital goods for a generic problem, let's say you have to build in 32 different processes in it. But any particular customer only needs 3 or 4 for a particular use case. But you have to pay for all 32. Right? Because different customers will need a different mix of those 3 or 4 or 5. So as a commercially viable supplier, they almost have to over-engineer in order to, sell you the machine. And also then their marketing takes over and tells you, in case you need those 3 or 4 or 8 other things, we have it. So anyway, you paid for it. Right? So that is the approach the capital goods industry has taken on a commercial basis. The Japanese have solved the problem by hiring those 5 mechanical, electrical, electronics engineers and putting them to make those custom machines. They keep on making those machines. So they get better and better. In some cases, they may launch a capital goods company to sell it to the world markets. In most cases, they actually do not. They don't bother to. It's the same way we don't bother to commercialize all of our frameworks. So we have like a testing tool inside. We don't bother to commercialize it. Because it's so specific to our infrastructure, all of that, it makes a lot of assumptions. It's not worth generalizing it to sell to customers. And this is the kind of thing I'm advocating now, where you have a finished product that you're selling to the end customer, but you look at the entire process, examine it, and invest in the technological processes from an engineering capital goods know-how perspective. And that know-how is acquired only slowly. It cannot be acquired very fast, but it's durable. And the engineering talent is available within our country, provided you empower them. And what do you mean by empowering them? And Chiva, you saw my call, right? This morning, when I came in, I made a call. I made a call to an engineer who was working with me. This lady I called, and she reported to me, it's a context-free conversation, no preliminaries. She said, yeah, I'm trying this new experiment. This should make us maybe shave 30 seconds off of this big load. That's what she told me. I said, send me a click message instantly as soon as, because I may not be able to pick up your phone, but I want to see the message. That's what I told her. That's a 5-minute call. But she is working on something very critical I'm working on right now. And we have right now it's taking 6 minutes for some software to complete. She's going to shave 30 seconds today. So I'm quite excited. That's the nature of improvements we are getting, right? What we are squeezing out of all these. Why I'm saying it is, this is how, like I'm working with her directly. She's about, 3-4 levels below in the org chart. It doesn't matter. Technically, she reports to someone. But practically, she reports to me. Chief scientist, right? So the org chart has to be very fluid. It's based on projects that you need to do. If you are seized of a problem, you see that this process has to be improved. You set up immediately a cross-functional engineering team. You have a direct visibility to management and give them the resources to go poke, find solutions, test, experiment, all of that. That's really how we do it. That's all of it. And then you keep improving. This entire thing, most of the methodology I learned from Japan, actually. I studied Japan intensely. So in fact, I often joke that Zoho is probably the most Japanese of Indian companies in a way. So, and we also have a very strong penchant for retaining our talent. Because a lot of this is very contextual. If you look at our infrastructure, you look at the tools that go into it, the tools that improve it, all of that. There's a lot of very contextual knowledge. And that knowledge we want the speed with which we make improvements depends on how much context the engineer has already. Simply putting a smart person there, plugging it in, won't work. Unfortunately, our entire hiring systems, all of it is based on this idea of a professional. And the idea of a professional is a bundle of skills without the human element. Also a replaceable bundle of skills. That's how we think about professional. A replaceable bundle of skills. I'm telling you, when it comes to this high context work, the replaceable part is false. The replaceable part is false. You need a bundle of skills, obviously, but the human element comes in, the spirit of the team, all that comes in. The replaceable part is not true. It is not easily replaceable with another equally talented professional. The equally talented might be true in some theoretical sense, but lacking awareness of the context, working through all the problems, or we say in the corporate lingo, knowing where all the bodies are buried. Right? What we tried, why it didn't work, why this decision was made, all of that. That context is equally important to all these problems. So which is why in R&D you want to set up teams, small teams, never very large teams, but you also want to retain them long term, which is about leadership, spirit, all of that. And then you empower them to get results. And the way you have to know progress is, are we making these tiny incremental progress keep on, and occasionally sometimes we'll come up with breakthroughs. And if management is well aware of what is going on, you can make those breakthroughs into new product lines. That's essentially how the Japanese companies have functioned. Okay? If you look at traditional industry groups there, they have new lines of business coming from this kind of R&D. New lines of business they did not or would not have anticipated earlier. So that's the power of this R&D. So it gives us two advantages. One, your source of value is within, as we say Advaitically. The source of value is coming from deep within. That's important. How we are able to improve our own processes, all that. The second is then potentially new sources of value emerge because we made breakthroughs. We cannot anticipate them, but if we have teams working on these diligently, sometimes you will stumble on a gold mine, new gold mine. So that's how I will say it. So this is basically my pitch. What is the shift that's happening? Our country has to evolve into this mode of thought. What it is challenging us is not merely just set up an R&D team or allocate a budget, all of that. I don't want to make this first a financial spreadsheet, balance sheet discussion alone. It has to be a new mode of thinking about R&D. That's what I'm advocating. So that's all I have to say, and I'll open up for questions. I'll be very happy to take some questions from all of you. Thank you.
I work as a chief data scientist with Mr. Ambani, and I resonate a lot with your thoughts.
Thank you.
So one of the things, I'm also in an academic setting, so I'm looking at the role of AI both in sort of productivity, but also what we would call deprecation of humans. So I believe that like there is a law of conservation of matter, conservation of energy, there is a law of conservation of intelligence also. And the more we are transferring our intelligence to systems, you know, studies are proving that we are becoming dumber and dumber. And your engineers would say, oh, I've been using Claude for the last 5 years. Now I don't know how to think for myself. What is, you know, what is your thought on that?
It's a very good point. Actually, a lot of advanced countries are now banning the use of all these for young children now. Schools. Tom, I think this is a good tip for people who have young children. You don't want to prematurely expose them to all this technology. In our own school, we are going the old-fashioned education. Lots of teachers, good teachers, children, all that. We don't over-rely on technology. I run a school, but I don't want to over-rely on technology because this, by the way, Norway to Australia to Sweden, they are all coming to the same conclusion. And UC Berkeley recently reported the college students are getting dumber. CS, computer science students are getting dumber because of overuse of AI tools. So this is very valid. I think within companies, this is the same problem. We cannot outsource our thinking. We still have to retain our judgment. We have to retain our critical thinking, all of this. So I don't know the real answer, but maybe there is, all of us should have 2 AI-free weeks, 2 AI weeks or something like that. It's like how intermittent fasting for AI. Intermittent fasting for AI. Maybe that's the right answer. But clearly, because if we overlay on it, it could make us dumber. And it does not, the tools cannot have the judgment and all the context to know what is our business, all of that. So, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Okay, I'm just coming straight to you. More volume.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very interesting and invigorating lecture. Now, I have seen the transition of IT from software, then the next big idea was internet, and now we have realized that the next big idea at the moment is AI. Now, what is likely to be the next big idea, maybe after 5 years or 10 years?
Yeah.
Next to AI.
Sir, if I knew the answer, I would already be $100 billion, you know.
I'm saying what is likely.
But in some sense, that's not knowable, but I can take a guess at this. So one field that's emerging, very new right now, is what they call formal verification. In fact, we have been working on this too. How to ensure correctness of AI output, really. So this is not actually, this appears very technical, but it's important. If AI is put to use in medical, legal, all of these domains, any domain, or the CFO is going to use it to create a presentation for the board, it better be correct. It better be correct. And that's not a guarantee today. No AI can guarantee that today. So that's where the formal verification, it's actually a mathematical area. There's some research going on in this. A lot of research has gone on. This might be the hottest area. And second is, some of that formal verification ideas could also cut the cost of AI itself. Actually, that is why I got interested in it. I've been working on this last 5-6 years because it'll reduce the cost of AI. So the way I put it is, you have the LLM, the AI model. You have a piece of software they call agent, take, harness, all that. That's actually a piece of software. The boundary between the two, you have LLM, then you have software. And the cost and the boundary can be pushed around. You can get software to do more of the heavy lifting, or you can do LLM doing more of the heavy lifting. The cost matters in which one does the work. If it is software, it is very much cheaper. If you are pushing it to the LLM, it's much more expensive. Some things you will push to LLM because only it can do it, but we can actually reduce the footprint of it. That's why I got interested in it. I've been interested in this for at least 4 or 5 years now, but this field has suddenly become very hot. VCs are investing in it, all of that. So this again promises your similar fluid intelligence for humans. You can converse with it, all of that, but at a much lower cost because a lot of it is actually happening in software behind the scenes. The AI is doing less of the work. So I think that would be the hottest area. But I'm in this field, so I'll tell you that's the hottest area. But there may be some other area that I don't know about. So,
sir, I have a question that you have built such a huge empire, which is highly commendable. And in this process, you also mentioned that you had IT professionals on your side which were suffering from some kind of a fear. So at your own level, you dealt with that fear with the IT professionals, how you managed it, I would like to know. And also, I would like to know for ourselves, there are many non-IT professionals contributing significant value to the organization, but in some way or the other, they are also suffering from some kind of a fear psychosis.
yes.
And what is your recommendation, therefore, as to how should they deal with that fear psychosis, part of it which may be well-founded, part of it may be totally illogical or ill-founded.
Yeah.
So you may please give your recommendations and your learnings. Thank you.
Yeah. So one way we have tackled it in Zoho is whatever it is now, we communicate first as look, this is what is happening to our business right now. And for example, about a month and a half ago, I said, at current memory prices, server prices, if they continue, at our current consumption of hardware, meaning CPU and memory, the core business is no longer profitable. And unless something changes there, either we have to cut down our hardware consumption, make it more efficient, or we have to cut or increase the prices for customers. Something has to happen to restore the profitability of the core business. I said it. And I said, we have to be aware of this problem. I put down all the numbers. I said, this is where it is. So people understand. Immediately, a lot of our people came up with cost-saving measures on the software side and all of it. So we are consolidating products around to make it more efficient. So instead of running it on 2 or 3 servers, run it in one server. Already all of this happening because I made this post in the whole company. A lot of software guys started questioning, how can we can do this better, we can do that better, all that. We also, on a tangential side benefit, we cut down a lot of the marketing we spent on Google, all that. In fact, I used to joke, we did a layoff after all, we laid off Google. So that is happening, okay? So that's all these are benefit of first openly discussing these problems. And what I told them is, look, we are facing these problems. Our immediate first remedy is not going to be layoffs. We will not do it. We are going to sustain it as long as we can without it. And you will know exactly when we are really in trouble. I will tell you that all the time. We are communicating this. But at least you will know where the ship is going. This awareness is what actually keeps people a little bit more. People are still, there is a fear, right? But at least they know. They thank me. They say, okay, at least I know where we are now. I said, we don't have right now an immediate fear because there is so many sources of efficiency we can actually do now. Let's take this opportunity to make ourselves more efficient in the software, all of that, which is what I mentioned in my whole first. And so everything I communicate, all these problems that arise in the business, the external environment. For example, I tell them the mix of customers is shifting from the US towards Latin America, all of that too. And I discuss the implications of that. Why, for example, the US is growing slower than Middle East and all of that now. So these are topics we discuss in the company widely. I mean, actually, there is an equivalent of X running in the company. We have all these debates, discussions going on. Actually, I would love to show you some of that, how discussions happen. One reason I am online, I can take all the attacks is, even internally we have very heated debates. So it's very easy. So, yeah.
Vembu sir, I think...
Actually, recently there was a LinkedIn post by the Adani, Sudipto Bhattacharya from Adani Group, who visited us, who spent a whole day looking at us. He said, this company is weirdly very different. He posted his impressions. Actually, I would welcome you to read this. Sudipta Bhattacharya from Adani Group on LinkedIn. It is there. So,
hi, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really quite invigorating and quite compelling thought I think you gave today, and thanks so much for that. I'm just asking one question. I was just reading one Mr. Crusoe is there, US person.
Yeah,
He's
Crusoe, yeah.
kind of working on AI.
Singularity. He talks about
singularity.
Singularity,
right?
yeah.
Now that is what my question is. Do you think that AI and human being, they are going to merge together? Any possibility?
No. I'm not highly qualified to answer this. I fundamentally don't believe the current LLMs are going to achieve. There are people who claim they are already conscious. Some people who claim they will achieve consciousness, all of that. I don't agree with this. But again, in all of this, we have to have a humility to accept that I don't know really the answer to this. But the more foundational question I'll answer, what if machines do all the work? What will we do? I think that would be a better question to address, right? And I've thought through this a lot. What if, machines do everything? What do we do then? Then I would say human life is still meaningful. I'd say that's why I've come up with a fourfold path now. Nature, nurture, culture, and scripture. We can focus on natural world. Nature is so, I live in nature. I live very close to the Western Ghats. I go into the forest, all of that. My daily life gives me so much. Like, you're staring at a hill, you are never bored, I tell you. You're never bored like visiting a mall or any of that. So nature, nurture, soil, water, kids, all of that. Old people, kids, all of that, nurturing jobs. Culture. I was yesterday in a Bharatanatyam Arangetram. This is an ancient art form. It is still so fresh. We were there 3 hours. Nobody was bored. The entire audience, it was really good in Rajapalayam. So that's the culture. Then scripture. I am a religious person. I think a lot of religious activity people will do more of in this automation era. It's a weird thing, but that's what will happen. We are seeing a religious revival even in the US now. So I think that will happen. And I have seen it among youth in San Francisco. I was there 2 months ago. I was told a lot of young people are becoming suddenly very religious in San Francisco. In the middle of all this AI boom, all of that. So that's the scripture part I mentioned. So nature, nurture, culture, and scripture. So we will have plenty to do, sir. Yeah.
Sir, so many of us wanted to ask so many questions, but our time is not permitting for that. I'll request you, sir, to please join at the center. I would like to invite Shri Arun Shukla, sir, to please grace the stage. I'll help you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm round of applause. Thank you, sir, for such an Check. Thank you once again, sir, for such an enlightening session. We all have learned so much from your session. Thank you so much. And for all those who had so many questions, who were raising hand, I'm telling you, we'll get opportunity to meet sir personally and ask away all our questions. Thank you so much once again. What an engaging session it was. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the vote of thanks. And for that, may I please humbly invite Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh. Sir, please grace the stage and deliver the vote of thanks as we officially come to the closure of all the sessions here, but we have so much more coming forward in the day. Over to you, sir.
Respected Sri Hari Patiji Singhania, Sri Srivasti Singhania, Sri Arun Shukla ji, Sri Mandar Dev ji, distinguished speakers, Abhinay ji, Shailesh ji, Pramod ji, and Sri Hardi ji, senior leaders, esteemed delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. We are conclude the inaugural sessions of the JKO IT Intercompany Digital and IT Conference 2026. It is my pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Digital and IT Fraternity of JKO. This morning has been truly set the tone for the next 2 days. The theme of our conference, Shift Mindset to Milestone, has come alive through inspiring perspectives shared by our distinguished speakers. Each session has enforced one powerful message, that technology alone does not create transformation. Is it the mindset with which we embrace it and determine our success? At the outset, I would express my sincere gratitude to Sri Harshpatiji Singhania for his inspiring keynote address. His message for continuous reinventing and continuous redesigning our processes is perfectly captured the essence of this conference and remind us that sustained business transformation begins with a shift in our thinking. His vision has set the directions for our digital journey in the years ahead. I would like to place on record our sincere appreciations to Sri Prem Singh ji, President Group HRO, for thoughtful setting the context of this conference. His address established the purpose of bringing together business leaders and technology leaders, industry experts from across the JK organization to collectively explore how a shift in mindset can unlock the true potentials of technology and artificial intelligence. Our heartfelt thanks to Sri Abhinay Chaudhary ji for inspiring us to challenge conventional thinking, reimagine possibility, and cultivate an entrepreneurial mindset that create new avenue for growth and innovations. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Shailesh ji for sharing his vision on building AI-first organization. His insights on meta thinking, operational systems, super app, and nail, hammer, and chair concepts how to think through for the transformations. Special thanks to appreciation to Sri Pramod ji on his insight on data, unified data, decision velocity, and era of automations. How he has expressed that demystifying agentic AI era illustrate how modern data platform and AI-ready architectures are enabling organizations to move forward for digital adoption on digital enterprises. Our special thanks to Padam Shri Sridhar ji for showing what is the shift which is happening. Shift is happening whether performance will improve, productivity will improve or not improve, job will go and job will not go. So this is how he has inspired us to think judiciously before taking any final decision or extreme decision on subjects. I would like to extend a special word of thanks to our business leader from across the JOQ organizations who joined us for the inaugural sessions. Your presence reflects our collective belief that digital transformation is no longer the responsibility of IT function. It is a business imperative. Our participation reinforces the importance of business and technology leaders working together to shape the future of our group. I would like to thank all our delegates from across the JK organization, companies. Your enthusiastic participation, thoughtful interactions, and eagerness to learn reflect our shared commitment to collaborate, innovate, and continuous improvement. As of now, we are getting break for group photographs, followed by lunch. Let us carry forward the inspirations we have gained this morning. The true success of this conference will not be measured by the ideas we have heard today, but by how effectively we transform those ideas into meaningful actions and measurable business outcome within our respective organization. Once again, thank you all for your presence, participations, and encouragement. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected seniors, colleagues, and my dear friends. First session after the lunch. Okay, it might be very treacherous for all of us, but we'll try to make it as concise and as valuable for you people. When we last met in August 2024, the world and technology landscape was different. At that point of time, we were talking about different set of problems. We were talking about a VUCA world. VUCA basically volatility, uncertain, complex, and anxious world. Now that we have moved 2 years forward, there are now new sets of problems or new sets of challenges. And we now call it as a BANI world. BANI basically stands for brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible world. In such challenging environments, long-term competitive advantages doesn't come from predicting what the technology will be. It comes from building organizations that can continuously learn, adapt, and evolve. At JK Lakshmi Cement, over the last 24 months, we have been doing exactly the same thing.
Taking it further, the way in last 24 months, what we have done in terms of AI, cyber resilience, because what we need to understand with the advent of Industry 4.0 and 5.0, our systems at JK Lakshmi Cement are getting connected. The physical world of OT systems are no longer disconnected with the IT systems. And that's why what we have done, first of all, we created the foundational layer. Foundational layer in terms of AI with the advanced systems like Snowflake, Data IQ, and even Fivetran also for the data pipeline layer. And of course, cyber resilience is something which is the need of the hour. But when we started our mindset shift, so we focused on two important pillars. So what is the need of the hour in terms of making AI across our complete business workflows and then securing the AI systems itself. So first of all, we will go through what have been the journey so far in last 24 months.
So when we look back over the last 24 months, we don't see a list of projects over here. What we are seeing is basically the journey towards building the capabilities. We began by strengthening our digital core with SAP RISE. We started our journey of employee with Salesforce, and gradually we onboarded all our retailers, trade dealers, and non-trade operations using the digital onboarding capabilities of CMAP, also known as Comprehensive Marketing Application. We established an AI foundation stack with Snowflakes, Data IQ, and Data Lake, along with Fivetran, using the concept of CDC, that is basically nothing but change data capture, and ensuring that all our connected systems data is getting transferred to a single data lake. We digitized our employee experience with Darwin Box. We applied AI to manufacturing operations of mills and kilns. We unified operations by merging Udaipur Cement with JK Lakshmi Cement with near zero downtime and completely did it with our internal resources.
The most important thing when we were building these all AI related capabilities to enhance our business productivity and even my manufacturing excellence also, cyber security was something which was the need of the hour when we started our journey 2 years back. So what we felt, the biggest challenge which lies ahead of us was in terms of castle and moat security. It means that there was a defined perimeter where all our workers were working, and that was getting defined by firewalls and something like that. So first thing, what we wanted to transform our business with, coming with an approach where users can be onboarded just in a minutes. Any user working from any location, from country, outside country, or any plant, any workshop, they can just connect in 5 minutes once the broadband connectivity is there. So that shift itself was about identity-centric zero trust network architecture. So we built that layer from scratch. We changed the complete network architecture so that it is going to be the resilience bedrock in the future. The second important thing was related to the overall AI-driven cybersecurity approach, where the cyber incidents are getting completely handled in a next-gen operation center. The third important point was related to making the system ready for the quantum journey, quantum era. So we make the systems completely passwordless so that the systems are completely secure. And of course, the importance is that when we are talking about readiness for Industry 5.0, so the first important thing is to go with the connectivity, how the connected models are working. So when we are talking about the plant operations, whether they are completely connected with IT system and for AI related models. And even when we are working with a lot of SaaS players, we find that they need access to the data. So for that, we have to enable that connectivity so that all the plants are properly connected. And finally, at the governance layer, we thought that it's very important because when we used to focus a lot on technology, what about the process enhancements? How they are getting inculcated in terms of change management, that is the need of the hour. So in last 2 years, we worked heavily in terms of AI, data, security, and data protection overall. Yes.
So what we have learned in the last 2 years. So the main problem that we faced in the last 2 years, and in fact it is still continuing, is that most of our business teams, including our IT team, are trapped in their existing practice. They don't want to question what practices they are using, and they don't want to do a YY analysis for that, including our IT team also. In few of the cases, we lost almost a year in just convincing the people to ask relevant questions. It's still in progress. We are still educating people, and of course, AI might help in that. The second issue that we regularly faced was that our IT team, especially the IT team, wanted to have a hands-on experience for everything before, initiating any project. That was basically delaying our speed of execution and the agility. This is the mindset switch that we are talking about, and that's why we all are here for switching from mindset to milestones now. There also, we have to look into the overall picture, the overall milestone.
One more point, what we faced, and even felt also, we keep on doing projects across all our IT digital initiatives, even cyber security. But what is the capability of that product? Up to what level we have harnessed that capability? That is something which is very important. So we are admitting that where we would like to work in the future, that all the projects, whatever we are going to deliver for the business, that has to be completely, there should not be any project which has to be done in siloed from technology standpoint. They have to give some sort of business value drivers. And that's why the key takeaway is that the bedrock of digital core, which is already established, that is going to make our enterprise as intelligence bedrock, and finally it will be AI enterprise architecture, which we are going to achieve. Of course, for competitive advantage, trust has to be the most important factor going forward, because with the DPDP compliances and all those things, any organization which is going to gain with two things, that is intelligence plus security, because intelligence without security is some sort of liability. And if you are talking about a secured system without intelligence, that is going to be a cost center. So we want to achieve both the things together. That has to work in tandem for our business so that there will be competitive advantage. And finally, when we will talking about the transformation, it will succeed only when business, IT, and even the core cybersecurity function has to work in tandem. And there will be camaraderie between all the HODs and leaders who are working at JK Lakshmi Cement. Yeah. So next is about the shift, because we have talked what we have done in last 24 months, but it's very important that how we are going to shift our mindset based on the learnings, what we have done, and honestly, we are moving forward. So that shift is very important, and that's why the two focus areas are going to be at JK Lakshmi Cement is that any business project is not going to be driven only by technology. It has to be in terms of tangible, measurable, and time-bound business outcomes for all our initiatives, be it digital, IT, or even non-IT initiatives also across the organization. That culture we have to build. We have started building that. The second thing is that automation, when we are talking about automation in cybersecurity, is not going to help us to achieve our overall goals. So it has to be automation everywhere. So finally, automation to intelligent system. Of course, then what is the milestone, what we have to achieve? That AI has to be embedded in all our business functions, be it finance, manufacturing, supply chain ecosystems, logistics, and or our other core manufacturing businesses. And of course, the recent news, what happened with even Bajaj Auto, then Tata Electronics, no matter how much cybersecurity controls you build, in the age of Anthropic Claude and the Mythos era, they are going to break your system. So what is the security posture is going to be reviewed as in the modern era is something like proactive cyber resilience. So we are having a strong security posture. Now we are only focusing on proactive cyber resilience, which is at the core of our business functions, and how it is going to be when it will be completely end-to-end, privacy by design and even security by design, start from the boardroom discussions to the actual implementations. And this is the last important topic, that when we are shifting the gears, right?
A favorite quote of my immediate superior is, "What next?" So for the next 6 months, we are working on setting up the enterprise AI platform. That is agentic AI plus governance. Without governance, the agentic AI will not work as expected by us. Second thing is shared service for finance. Again, something which I am personally working on, and we want to enable AI for accounts shared service creation. Additionally, we are also working on enterprise platform management, where real-time KPIs can be governed and looked into. We are also working on deployment of AI and AI/ML solutions for our manufacturing.
This fourth point I would like to emphasize more, because this is something, the actual use case of AI/ML, where we have to get value in terms of our ROI at the business level. So even our top management is very closely chasing these particular projects where we are working about AI/ML solution in manufacturing, where clean optimization, AI-based clean operations, what we are trying to bring. So for that also, even see the systems are getting connected. So cybersecurity requirements as well as these all important projects, they have to work together. We are focusing on. And of course, for the next 6 months, it's very crucial for all of us at the JKO is about the digital trust and privacy, where DPDP framework alignment. So we have started working heavily on that in terms of compliance achievements related to consent management of PII data, which is getting collected, processed, then governed end-to-end in our systems in terms of data protection, as well as the consent management and even data subject access rights. So even though anyone is claiming that my data has to be removed from JK Lakshmi Cement, we are going to build end-to-end framework where those claims can be refuted very easily and handled also, so that there will be no penalties and litigations to our organization. Next 12 months, of course, we have to, because the AI foundation is already ready, how we are going to scale it to make it at the enterprise intelligence level. So we will be exploiting all sort of capabilities in all our business applications. We have a lot of business applications in terms of SAP as core ERP, then SFDC as our core CRM application, OTM, Oracle, transportation management for our logistics operations, then Darwinbox for HRMS. But even these OEMs are also coming with a lot of AI-based capabilities. Are we harnessing them to make it complete connected systems? Because applications individually, they are not going to serve anything, but once they are getting harnessed all together, then they will serve the purpose. So our focus for next 12 months is going to tap on the existing investments only, what we have done. Then, of course, the knowledge platform, what we are going to build, predictive maintenance, that is something which we have already started, but we have to harness even the digital twin capabilities also. So a lot of scope is there to create those virtual replicas where we can work for the predictive maintenance. Of course, real-time decision making. Dealer ecosystem is already onboarded and they are already digital completely, but we are targeting to achieve our connected dealer ecosystem as well. And finally, the most important thing is that we have already used AI in cybersecurity in last 24 months. The next 24 months is going to be for securing the AI models or whatever in form, in SaaS or our own models, whatever we are delivering, we have to do that. And of course, lastly, it's all about the quantum ready security. So quantum readiness has to be there, because once the data is there, the digital trust has to be established. Because post-quantum era, anything which is encrypted on the internet, all those sensitive data can be decrypted. So at least in next 24 months, we will be building those hardware capabilities which can deal with the PQC era, which is post-quantum era. Of course, so with that, I think we are concluding our presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Team JK. Let's welcome them with a very warm and louder round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please hear it? Very warm welcome to both of you, and stage is all yours. We're looking forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm audible at the back also. All right, fantastic. So over last 24 months has been very challenging to us, and we keep on revolving our data, technology, and people. We just did not execute it or build the projects. We actually laid the foundation of digital for the future onto which the JK can perform better. I'll walk you through on such initiatives which we have done in last 24 months. The first and foremost is, before you deliver anything, you need a right mindset to hire. I hope everybody agrees to it. And hence, the first and foremost what JK did is, we established a data and analytics center of excellence for the skilled mindset to deliver this transformational journey. And that is the roadmap which has been carrying forward. And we keep on augmenting the people as and when the new projects comes in. The another initiative is Infinity. So in the morning we heard Shailesh ji talking about super apps. So ideally Infinity is nothing but a super app working into our plants. The innovation goals is like intelligent framework for innovation and transformation. What do we achieve out of it? We achieve to have our connected plant, AI-based scheduling, digital twin, and also paperless operations. It has been started in a radial plant, and we are supposed in 24 months to achieve to the other radial plants as well. Another initiative is SAP RISE. As our core system is ECC, we migrated from ECC to S4, And we are the only tire company, or probably the only company who was able to achieve the implementation in 100 days. So far, nobody is able to do that. The complexity in JK Tile is much more because our data sizes are big. We have 29 systems to migrate, and we have 10,000 plus objects, and we seamlessly migrated without having a disruption to the market. The another is JK Tire's transport management system. Now, this is a homegrown application where we modernize and digitalize the logistics operations from planning till the delivery. The entire personas, almost about 18 personas has been created, from the planner to dispatcher to the agents, everybody coming into a unified platform so that they have a seamless operations. So our primary and secondary, which is plant and feeders, are always live. And next 6 months, we will look into doing the tertiary as well, which we did the last mile. Right. Cyber Suraksha. I think we have talked much about it, and previous colleagues also talk about the Cyber Suraksha. As the digital footprint increases, the Suraksha becomes very, very important to us. Within the umbrella of Cyber Suraksha, we are taking various initiatives to ensure our digital footprint and humans are safe. Now, Unified AI Assistant, this is basically agentic AI, which allows our users, in fact, the outsiders also, to take various steps which can help them up to perform these tasks better. Now, let's talk about something which did not work well. So these are the things which worked well, but there are certain applications which did not work well and gave us a lot of learning. One of the learning which we got in the last 24 months is taking a decision between build and a buy. We always fight between a decision to fight, is it too good to buy or is it good to make it in-house? Now, one of the decisions we took for the presentation layer to buy a Tableau. Now, on the life cycle of the implementation, we understood that this application may not be able to fulfill our dreams, hence we'll have to cut it down short and build our own data server. So we will talk about that application in the later slides. The another important aspect was Oracle Trade Management Systems. I hope most of us heard about it. The Oracle is one of the leaders in transport management system, but our experiences with the ORTM was very, very different. We understood it offers a lot of flexibility. It offers a lot of powerful points to deliver, but it lacks in one thing, which is agility. Now, if any software does not offer agility and business is growing, we would be stuck at one point. Hence, we scrapped it down and we built our own system. Now, what are the key takeaways? One of the key takeaways is swimming upstream to build the future ready. The another is building together. I think previously also our colleagues talks about it, that build a solution where the ownership lies not only on IT, but also onto the business. Build a use case which is irresistible to say no by anyone. I'll ask Nick Lang to take it over.
Thank you, Pratyush. So one of the projects that he spoke about 2 years ago when we started the journey on the AI foundational exercises, we understood that it's going to truly work when it works cross-functionally, right? So our goal shifted from just doing factory transformation or functional transformation to being able to do an organizational transformation. And I'll talk a little bit about that, where we took a lens of all the key stakeholders in that ecosystem. So it's not just the function or the business per se. It's not just us, as employees and the workforce. It's also our customers. It's also our other external stakeholders. And how do we empower all of them in a ubiquitous and in a impactful manner? So this is when the AI Charter was born, and one of the projects he spoke about, the unified, chatbot experience, where we're trying to make this as intelligent and intuitive for all our stakeholders across the ecosystem. Now, 3 mindsets specifically that we'd like to highlight today. The first one is that is extremely important to be able to measure what you're doing. You can't change, you can't make better what you can't measure. Measurement is a bedrock of any analysis, any intelligence, any intuition that you're trying to build. So that's why one of the things that we've now very sharply started doing is that every initiative is actually mapped directly to a business outcome. This is when the cross-functional excellence comes to play. And we always have a clear roadmap in a way of having quick wins and early successes, early learnings, which gives me the segue to the next one, which is staying ahead of the curve. Now, he spoke about agility, and what we realized was something more important than being able to move fast is the ability to be able to learn fast. Now, they're very, very different things. The way you would work or the things you would put together to move fast versus being able to learn and redeploy your learning and then be able to scale that needs a different kind of mindset. It needs a different kind of resilience. It needs a different kind of clarity, which now then moves me to the third one, which is being more proactive than being reactive, right? And a classic example of this on the security front is having a cyber framework, which essentially is about, embedding the resilience, the trust, and the cybersecurity, for the organization cross-functionally. One of the things, that I had a chance of learning early in the career was that you can only become who you want when you refuse to remain who you are. I think that has been the bedrock over the last, couple of years. And I'll hand it back over to Pratyush to show you what we've got planned based on this for the next 24 months.
Thank you, Niklang. Now let's look at the roadmap ahead, which is basically being 6 months, 12 months, and 24 months. All the applications are going to change the way the JK does a business for now. For one of our app, which is JK Connect and Excel, we are trying, which is basically a dealer-facing app, we are trying to deliver a faster, simpler, more intuitive, user-friendly experiences. The focus is on reducing effort, improving usability, and increase user adoption. The another is the Nerve data center dashboard. I talk about it, the Tableau not being so fruitful into our organization, hence we started building up a data Nerves dashboard. This would be a real-time dashboard, giving proactive alert and data-driven decision-making, creating a true digital war room for us. The another important project which we were anticipate to close in next 6 months is about tertiary transport management system, as it is in home ground applications. 2 of the legs, which is primary and second, is already done. The third is the tertiary, which we hope to go live in 6 months, which is already on the way. Some of the depots has been done, about 138 depots, about 40 depots has been done, rest is on the purview. Now, another important aspect, project which we are taking up is the EXIM. EXIM is an export-import management. Currently, most of them processes are manual and they are not interconnected. And the problem is not having a unified platform. Decision-making become very, very difficult. Utilization of licenses become almost impossible. Hence, we are doing an EXIM Next project and we hope to deliver it in the next 6 months. Now let's look at the projects which are bigger in size and we are working towards it. One of the projects is NEEV. NEEV is basically an SCM transformation and we anticipate to complete the human capital management transformation from hire to retire. We will digitalize the entire employee life cycle, making recruitment, onboarding, learning, performance, career development, and seamless employee-centric experience, which is a 12 months ahead for now. We will have to shortlist the vendors. We will have to shortlist many of the things before we go live. The other is ECO. ECO is basically our marketing technology transformation project, building an autonomous content powered by AI, enabling us to do a better decision making. Then is the AI on BI. Now, we wanted to take artificial intelligence and LLM-based dashboard where user can ask questions in natural languages and they can get the answers in the same way. Where a dashboard is not being an IT art, it should be a user dependent where they can create their own dashboard. So that is what we are working on in the next 12 months to build AI on a BI. Then is data compliance. When we are 100% sure that we wanted to have our employee and also customer and vendors data protected, we would fully comply with the DPDP Act, which is supposed to be active in the next year. Now looking into the longer goals, which is the Infinity and Unity. The Infinity is basically a plant transformation projects. We already started it in one radial plant and anticipate in next 2 years, we will be able to roll out in the other plants as well, giving same seamless experiences of having an interconnected plant. Unity, which is basically an RPS COE, we wanted to have a distillation there as well, so that all the disconnected applications can come into one platform and the RPS COE can take the better decision making. Project QI, now we already have a GP system, which is a vendor collaboration platform with us, but on top of it, we are building a platform QI, which will help us to take an AI-based decision, which will make our process of procurement till service and seamless. With this, what is the impact? We normally take an impact driven by the GVV growth. We anticipate there's process efficiency, user experiences getting changed. Thank you.
Just
we are free to have any questions.
One line to add, we, from a mindset perspective, are trying to make sure that we go from doing work better to doing better work, right? So, thank you so much.
We would like to welcome Team JK Paper. May I please invite Team JK Paper to please take over the stage. It's all yours. And why don't we welcome them with a warm round of applause, gentlemen. Let's join in our hands together.
You would not have known me right now, till now. I have joined in as CDIO at JK Paper. It's been about 3 months. Now, of course, you would think that this is a misnomer, from paper to platform, but we'll still continue to manufacture paper. And the idea is that to have it more sustainably, to have a digital and AI backbone to our paper mills, where we can run business more faster, smoother, and of course, more efficiently. What we are looking forward to in next 12 to 18 months, the team will take you through. But just to let you know, for us, we heard about AI platform, which can be more of a marketplace. That's the vision that we are looking at. We are trying to build our own AI platform. It's not easy, it's not straightforward, but that's what we are looking for as a option on how this would go about, and probably we will share the learning in the next conference or even earlier. What will it help us? It will help us to be able to sustainably scale AI for the masses, that is for all the people in the organization. HR is helping to do a lot of AI literacy across the organization for all employees. But are we ready to provide a platform or even subscription-based licenses for all the users across the organization? I think we are not yet there. So, of course, the idea is to build something of our own, which is secure, where we have more confidence on the data, where we have confidence on the right context, and the business value that we can have in this AI platform, avoiding the most common thing which is spoken about is hallucination. So, of course, we want to ensure that. And of course, we want to bring this for all users. We want to give this very specifically for specific Gen AI cases, agentic AI cases, wherever possible. And hence, what we are looking at is we are approaching towards creating an autonomous paper mill, of course, with using AI and digital. So I hand over to the team to take you through. Please come over.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh sir. So let's begin our journey. So we'll take you through the last 24 months, how we have done, what we have learned, what are the missings, right? So what worked for us is, we started with one of the significant program we called as a data to action. So here what it means, we have initiated our digital transformation journey by integrated factory, where all the unit factories is integrated with the IoT platform, from where the real-time data is getting processed and building an ML models. They initially start with bringing a visualization on top of the platform so that factory floor people can start taking action on it. Once we get the confidence, then we started building ML models so that closed loop control actions can be taken on the DCS. So this is what gives us the confidence, and we replicate our models across all 3 units. And we realize a very significant value from implementation of this model. What we have done differently. So, while doing these models, one thing which we realize is bringing confidence on top of the shop floor people. It's an operator who are doing the legacy system and taking action manually. Building a confidence onto the shop floor was quite a challenge for us. And that was a learning that we collaborated with these people along with our top management as well as the shop floor people to build confidence that data as well as the intelligence which we are building is actually helping us taking action at the shop floor in real time and bringing a meaningful decision for us. So that's where, over a period of time, we did a lot of experiments and learnings from our actions. Mike.
So, I hope audible.
Yeah.
So, on SAP front, we have completed multiple projects, but these are the 2 marquee projects which I would like to highlight. The first one is accounts payable process. This process we have developed in-house, OCR-based, AI-based system has been developed. This is what it does basically is like it captures the vendor invoices, it posts into the SAP. Apart from that, on the banking side, we have done the collection and payment process integration with the bank, where the ARS and trade API has been implemented with the Axis Bank. So with these 2 implementations, how it has helped is like the transaction which is coming on the bank is getting automatically posted into the SAP. So there is what time used to consume is now no more manual effort is needed on that front. Since technology alone is not enough, we need a right mindset. So on that front, what we have done is like we have completed a full end-to-end DR cycle. Here, how it is different is like we have done the posting in the DR site and replicated it back as a delta load on the DC. This is the first time that we tried and we completed it. We were trying it for past 3 years, but last year itself we could able to complete that part.
Since a lot of digital innovation is happening in JK paper, so security also has to be there. So we brought AI-powered enabled endpoint security solution into our ecosystem. See, in the recent cyber security reports, if you see, cyber adversary could able to compromise a system within 27 seconds. So there is a requirement to not to depend on the traditional signature-based detection. We have to be not to be reactive now. There is a requirement to be predictive now, and our mean time to detect and mean time to response has to be in real time. Rather than depending on the indicator of compromise, we have to be depend on the indicator of attack. When the adversary is trying to coming to our ecosystem, we could able to bring stop them or contain them at a very beginning level. So that is what our idea, and we could able to bring such ecosystem to our cybersecurity ecosystem, and could able to bring the mean time to detect and mean time to respond to the real time. So basically, see, technology is not alone enough. The mindset which drives the impact.
So now coming to how we have built the new mindsets. So from last 24 months journey, we have realized, there are a lot to improvise specifically on the skill set of the floor people, advancement in the technology to make people more resilient about taking decisions. So our focus now moved from machine learning models to create an enterprise-wide AI platform that deliver business agility and transformation. Having said that means, end-to-end connected enterprise operations, right? Then with hybrid cloud infrastructure for performance, scalability, and better user experience. Here, we are not only focusing on enhancing our internal employee experience, but also enhancing the customer experience. So that whatever product which we are building, that build value to the customer.
So on SAP front, how the business value translation could be possible. See, this is the change, or this is the mindset that we are trying to build. So this value translation in terms of maybe when we will do any project, we will try to understand how much ROI we are going to get, what is the payback period. So as well as one-time project would be converted into the actual basis. Means the year on year, how much value that we are going to create, that we will be shifting the mindset. So to do that, we are activating SAP S/4HANA as a digital core for pushing data to the AI, pushing data to a new analytics system for maybe BPC, for BIBW, for Fury. So we are building that type of system.
Yeah, obviously, and there is a mindset or the shift is required in the cybersecurity also. So not only to build a cyber protective environment, but bring the resiliency into the cybersecurity. So we can't contain ourselves at identify, detect, and protect level only. We have to be recover and response back. So this is the mindset which we are trying to bring into our ecosystem, where we could able to minimize the business impact and operational impact which is coming by the cyber attack.
So the road ahead. So now our focus on the current period is more for making our digital procurement and supply chain transformation more agile. Here our focus is on making price prediction by doing digital procurement and the price analytics to make more smoother procurement function, and centralized procurement planning is our focus area. And another program which is supply chain transformation. Here we are ensuring resilient supply chain across function, right? So that is what is actually in progress, and we are going to deliver in next 6 months. As a part of our next 12-month program, actually we are focusing on benchmarking, specifically achieving a lighthouse on Siri framework. This is one of the a program which will really help us to benchmark ourselves in terms of evaluating our projects at a global platform. And finally, we would like to arrive at autonomous factory operations, where our main vision is to create a dark factory, but yes, we'll go step by step, but ultimate aim is to create a autonomous factory as a part of our AI-enabled program.
Our immediate next 6 months project, which is targeted, is like we are going to upgrade our SAP S/4HANA from 1709 to 2025. That is the first target. We are also refreshing our hardware. So this would be completed in next 6 months. Post that, for another 12 months, we are targeting the SAP data to be integrated with AI platform, as well as what all IT/OT systems we have, we will integrate with the SAP. This is next 12 months. In next 24 months, we are trying to use this SAP data into BPC with as well as Fury, and into other systems for analytics. So this is the 12-month overall target.
So the same approach in the cybersecurity also. For the interim 6 months, we are planning to bring a cybersecurity governance. In one of the speech, like in morning, in afternoon speech, Mr. Harpati Singhania ji also told about bringing the data security governance into our framework, when there is exchange of the data, data has to be secured. So this is what we are also planning to bring a GRC ecosystem to our platform, where everything has to be driven in, based upon the risk-driven approach, and followed by, like, we are planning to, in next 12 months, we are planning to make a cybersecurity ecosystem which is identity-centric and based upon the zero trust architecture and able to respond back in the real time. And obviously, moving forward, we want cybersecurity not just as a control system or applying the controls. We want security to be a business enabler. And this is the requirement of time also.
So let me close with a simple thought. 5 years back, there was a question, can AI work for paper manufacturing? So answer is yes, it works for us. The now next question is, can AI work to bring organization agility, building people capability and resilience? So that works for us from paper to platform. Let's shift.
Let's shift. Thank you.
Wonderful. From paper to platform, brilliant presentation. Together, invite me on the stage. J.K. Fenner, may I please call the team to join us on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly get together to welcome by joining our hands together. All the very best team. Stage is all yours.
Number is Mr. Prabhagar and Divagar. The empowering growth with digital technology. The journey so far. So actually we are presenting some pictorial representation because a lot of people from different business verticals. So we are using some pictures. So the last 24 months we are initiating a lot of activities. So I will list down by. We have a Tier 3 data center in Madurai. In addition that, we have you are using Azure Cloud and AWS. And 3 plants, we done that IT, OT, network segregation, and the ISO 27001 certificate also we achieved in the 3 plants. As a collaborative platform, we are using Office 365. SAP S4HANA is our core system. Previously, lot of manual interaction is with the SAP system. Right now, we are fully automated. One of the best system is theory of constraint. We are using this for the sales and production planning. Now this integrated automatic with SAP S4HANA. And warehouse management we developed in the Fury app that also automatically integrated with our SAP. Madurai 2 is a paperless shop floor. So they are using only the digital logbook. In Madurai 2 also, Industry 4.0 pilot plant we implemented that also integrated with the SAP. And coding is the one of the product line. That product line is directly integrated with the SAP to capture the production. So Salesforce automation and funnel management is the system we recently launched. And RPA is the automatic payment that integrated with the bot system. That integrated automatic payment system also we have it. For HRMS, we are using the Zinc HR portal that is used to hearing to retirement. Everything is fully automated. So as a corporate, that the website is automated. We have an inquiry system is inbuilt with that site, and EDA integration, especially for the auto customers, the related to US-based customers are integrated with the SAP. The Fenexa is the one of the AI-based digital catalog we recently launched. The dealer management system, complaint management also launched. The e-invoice portal is integrated with the SAP. Previously, that was the manual system integrated with the SAP. Now it's fully automated. And the same as the banking integration, logistic partner and supplier portal, everything is integrated with SAP. On the top of that, we have a reporting system as a Power BI.
Yes. Coming to initiative gone live last 24 months. So here mentioned a lot of projects are small changes in our companies. So, but we are getting the big benefits. So that's why we are giving the potential and intangible benefits. This is for all our IT initiative projects, 100%. So first one is our product traceability in our product, top of the product, very challenge one because of these, our rubber material in top of the QR code, we are put it in the on belt. This is for use for our OE customers and export customers as well as domestic market. So based on that, initially we are using the 3 types of labels. Instead of QR one label, we are achieving 3.14 lakhs, crore in our annual times. This is from our traceability also improved from RM stores to FG stores. So we can able to track our finished product anywhere from the country. So then one of our AI-based Madurai 1 plant, we are in achieve the LP and HP O's. This is our business impactive. So here also we are eliminate the man hours from 48 minutes to 1 minute. Then number of SKU is also increased. This is our improve our business impacts. Then additionally one plant automation done in Madurai 1 plant. So for here also we are eliminate the man savings and from rejection from 6.3% to then 3.5%. Here our OE improved from 75% to 85%. Then suddenly we will increase our scheduling system. Earlier we are 5 hours we are taken. Now we are improve the 30 minutes only per day. So DMS system and mobile app initiative taken, and this is estimated savings was 1.1380 plus mandates also savings. Then real-time productivity, inventory and credit notes visibility, dealer without sales and term inventions of benefit. Then customer complaint management also we are last 6 months back we are done. So regarding that man hours and the savings also done in this project. Here our all strong databases are connected with our Power BI. So all projects are we are internally developed in our company. So here our savings for 70 lakhs or Power BI analytics. Then real time also we are enabled. So warehouse management system across the plant we are done in our plant. So RFQ and digital gate log also AI based Alexa system enabled. This is for voice over communication. If it is anything want to know about our product related, where it is put it in the car and vehicles, it is asked them, automatically tell it what are the product, what dimension it is used here. There.
Okay. Now, shifting the building new mindset, we go to this. We go to this AI-based image processing. Currently, there are many different host models stored in our bins. Identify that the correct SKU manually takes a lot of time because operator needs to compare the hosts with the existing samples. Many samples are in similar sizes. To solve this problem, we created an AI image comparison system. First, we build a database using orthographic images of each host SKU. Then AI generates multiple augmented images from the original images. This creates a large image data set for training and comparisons. When a new host image is captured, the AI processes the image and compares it with the database. The system then identifies the closest matching SKU with approximately 99.7% of accuracy. The biggest advantage is the reduction in search time. Yearly finding one SKU should take up to 480 minutes. With AI, the same task can be completed in about 1 minute per SKU. This also helps avoid duplicate product development, resulting in a cost saving of around 40,000 per SKU. Overall, this AI solution improves accuracy, save times, reduction cost, and increase productivity in host identification and development. And move to this primary sleeve packing automation. Currently, we are using the 5 stages in the manual operations, like printing, inserting, riveting, bundling, like that. Now this project aims to automate the complete sleeve packing
process to improve quality, productivity, and safety while reducing manpower and operational cost. This layout shows the automated sleeve packing system, including at all 5 stages: sleeve loading, pack alignment, packing, conveyor, bundling, and stacking. This automated AI-based vision inspection and packing line with the image system, revealing bundling and segregation setup. And then the right side benefits with delivery defect-free products. Currently issues we are facing this QR code failed scanning at our customer end. Now target is our zero scanning failure using AI-based vision with 100% inline verification. And eliminate excess pre-printer sleeve procurement. Now current issue is 22% of excess procurement due to our batch quantities. Our target is our zero. From the ESG point of view, we have saved 1.25 tons of paper annually and improved product consistency. Current packing rework approximately 1.5% of rework. Now it's come to this 0%. And the optimization of the manpower, currently we have the 20 operators per day including 3 shifts. Proposed 3 operators per day with reduction operator is 38.4 lakhs per year savings. And then enhance the workplace safety also. Next. That the AI and VR training solution for smart manufacturing. Traditionally, training methods required physical machines, required trainers, and production downtime. To overcome this challenge, we propose an immersive AI and VR-based trainings. In this system, trainees enter a virtual soft floor environment using VR devices. They can observe mission operations, understand process demonstration, and practice real-world manufacturing tasks in a safe and interactive environment. The trainee follows a structured approach. First, the trainee enter the, for example, virtual V-built soft floor. Next, they learn the process through guided demonstrations. Then they perform the recorded task in a simulation environment. After completing the activity, they undergo an assessment. Finally, the performance score and feedbacks are automatically shared with the supervisor for evaluation and deployment readiness. Overall, AI and VR training enhance learning effectiveness, improve safety, reduction training time, and prepared employee for the real manufacturing operations.
The road ahead. In Madurai to MTS system only helping us to tracking the system. So additionally, we planning to enhance the traceability and OEE. In the same, the Industry 4.0 implementation plan at Madurai 1 and Hyderabad 1 plant. And one more division, we have a textile unit that also we are planning to implement I4.0. That Bangalore plant, we have a SAP in-house, so we are planning to host in the cloud. And ESG digitalization also we are planning. For the oil seal side, that inspection, we are planning for the digitalized inspection is planning. The funnel management and the SFA, customer complaint, all we are planning to implement the entire business vertical. So AI-based training also we are planning. And WMS we are successfully implemented, but that first in, first out, we have to implement it this coming year. That corporate website also planning to revamping. So that AI-based recruitment also we are planning in the HRMS side. So the AI enabled SAP integration with the business transformation. The AI enabled catalog that already we discussed about that AI-based digital catalog will be implemented in the dealer side also. We are planning. That ISO 277 certificate also we are planning to implement other plants. The IT OT segregation also we have to implement in the other 2 plants that adhere to DPDP Act.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In engineering from JKL University, the flavor that we want to put as my slides, it will be a little bit different because we are the people from academics. Yes, as per the theme, definitely as a academic organizations, as a academic unit of JKLU or JK Group, we have tried to implement some of the things which industry is expecting from our student or as well as the university. The way theme has been defined, the theme that shift from mindset to milestones. If I talk about the term in per industry, so the customer that we have as our student. So the student, somehow they are our customers, and somehow we are going to give what the industry or the society or across the nation or world is expecting from the academic institutions. As an academic fraternity, we believe that we are the people who are giving our students as a knowledge, skills, values, and adaptability, or attitude, that learning adaptability. Yes, this is one of the things which is required the student as well as the faculty. We need to accept the way things are going on. We have to adopt the technology, either it is the AI or all emerging technology. I have seen all the slides given by all our JK group of companies. They have done lot of implementations with all emerging technology, specifically AI in their workplaces. As a university, we have also adopted some of the concept of the university which is AI driven. We are placing some of the things which are in process of automations. In academics, we have get inputs from different industries that how we can design our curriculum, how this curriculum can be really implemented in our university level, and our students get ready for the industry that may work for either in a JK group or the other industry across the world. Now the concept of education, if I talk about the gaps between the academics or industry, yes, all industries, all academic institutions, they have a lot of industry partners, they have their MOUs, different industries. But if in real sense, if I talk about these MOUs, only the 5 to 10% are really executed at the university level or at a mutual level. But yes, as a university, we have a board of studies, we have an academic council, we are experts from different industries, we are getting the different inputs in terms which are expected as engineers which are to be from the JKLU students. We are implemented the inputs the way all industry expectations, industry experts they have given to us. Today we have learned a lot of things from different experts, different keynote speakers, even the slides is given by different our JK group of organizations. We have noted down some of the things which is really the point that we can start in terms of some course or in terms of some subjects or some elective course that we may implement it in our university. So sir, our last 24 months, we have tried to establish the lab, DSLI, AR, VR and 3D printing, extending our hands-on learning infrastructures implemented. We try to execute this lab with our goals. Project-based learning as a new pedagogies that we have tried to implement so that students can learn by doing. That is a good or like a new pedagogies that we have implemented our university level semester-wise program. We have identified some of the good courses for semester-wise where we have tried to implement it, PBL, and we are getting some good outcome out of this pedagogy. We have upgraded our IT infrastructures with 10 Gbps fiber network and try to getting high performance computing to transform our system into digital transformation system. We have initiated semester exchange program. We have a good, beautiful program where our students can award for like a IITs, where they up to 4 semesters they may do their semester program in IITs. We map their like a credits they get in IITs in our JKL system. We map their credits and we give the degree from JKL. How we are different? We are semester exchange program, as I already explained about the program through IITs and other industry about program. We have flexible curriculum. Why flexible? Now the concept is the education, outcome-based educations. Now the education is not a teacher-centric, not as a faculty-centric, it's a student-centric. Now students are thinking that my degree is to be in that way or this way. If I enter as a BTech Artificial Intelligence program, I should get a degree with BTech Artificial Intelligence with minor in economics, minor in quantum computing, minor in data science, or minor in cyber security, or minor in business analytics, something like that. So it means we have an elective baskets are there. They may choose their own passion of courses, and they may define their credits that can map, and they can get degree as per their choice or as per their the way industry is thinking. Outcome-based educations, yes, this is the educations where we talk about beyond the classroom. In our college, in our university, anything, any workshop, any hands-on training, any projects, exhibitions we do, we have some objectives, we have some outcomes. If we do organize any hands-on training for 6 hours and 8 hours, so we are bound to do some outcome out of that. That is our motto. That is for conducting each and every event that we feel. That each event, each workshop should have some outcome, some output. We have a best practices in our system is when we recruit our faculty, our knowledge people. So they must have a 1 degree from premier institutions. So it is our like a practices that we have adopted in our recruiting system. What worked? We have taken initiatives for AI plus X program. What we are expecting? That people from AI, it's not with AI technology. Now the definition of engineering is entirely changed. In our time, people are identified as a mechanical engineer, a chemical engineer, civil engineer, or computer science engineer. Now the concept is entirely changed. It's a unified engineer. People are expecting that you have a knowledge of mechanical, you have a knowledge of somehow little bit in civil engineering, knowledge of all emerging technologies, or maybe you can manage the project, engineering project in a very well managed. So the things are that you should have technology as well as the management or administration's knowledge also. It's not like that. It's my work as a civil I have done. It's their job as a mechanical people they have done. It is their job as a computer science have done. No. Now things is entirely changed. Now it is a concept is multidisciplinary engineering program. We need to have a problem solver. It's not like I'm a computer engineer or a mechanical engineer. This would behave like a problem solver. We are adopting all the tools as an ethical way which permits us, and as a students that we are allowed to use all AI tools, but at the same time, if people are doing their assignments, what we are giving during the class, when they come with ChatGPT or other sources, Then we had developed some of the rubric system that once every assignment that full up with ChatGPT, the people have copied and people have prepared that. But we have developed a strong rubric system so that at least we can assess the students as per their knowledge, as per their skills, as per their attitude. We have a concept of bring your own device. You'll see in our campus, students, they are seated with their laptops. It's not necessary that they have to engage in that particular practical courses during the practical hours or the practical labs. They are sitting in corridor, maybe the outside of the class, and they start with their coding and programming and all. We have Adobe Creative Cloud Campus that all students, we are doing some of the training programs, training certifications through Adobe, and faculties as well as the staff also. Key takeaways is the university is adopting AI through structure. The motto is AI-driven university as a JKLU. We are trying to implement this all AI concepts, AI implementations stepwise, phase-wise, that capacity building. Today morning, today afternoon, Sridhar sir told that luckily I have got 10 minutes to discuss with him. He told, first fundamental. People are talking about AI, generative AI, all AI tools. But as a college, as a university, you try to put your students as a fundamental knowledge of AI. The basic requirements of that particular course. Your student must be able to think in a particular problem with different mathematical concepts as well as the algorithm. And at the same time, he told the permissible AI. How much AI tools to be used? What are the tools is to be used in which capacity? Which is the right time to be use all these tools? And at the same times, when they are using the tools, you should have some your SOP, university guidelines as per universal AI policy or AI ethics. We are believing in interdisciplinary engineering. We have a baskets of different interdisciplinary course. As I already told that a student can design his own degree or her degree with different multiple electives. Subjects which are in interdisciplinary natures. To be a beautiful course of design thinking and innovations, where our different students from different engineering, they come with a one platform, define a different multidisciplinary problem, and they can start their problem thinking and problem solutions with their guides, either within the university as well as the industry. Sometimes it required. Some of the students, they are developing some of the projects in different domains. That is AI and research, machine learning and security, emerging tech. So these are some of the problem title where our students, they are working. My sincere request to all the industries of JKF group, if there is any real-time problem statement that you may have, as a university, as an incubation cell of our university or as our student research group or faculty research group, if at any place it can help you, some solutions out of your problem statement, will be really grateful to you all. If we can provide some of the real-time problem statement, at least we will try to get some solutions out of all the real-time problems, real-time problem statement that you may be facing in your company. So these are some of the projects. So our mindset is, yes, our university come out is AI-driven university. Mindset is always thinking beyond the classroom boundaries, so it's a learning by doing through new pedagogical approach, that is project-based learning. Partnership to measurable outcomes. Yes, I've already told, every university, they have their tie-up with different industries, but we believe that if we have a 5 or 6 industry partner, so we should have a meaningful objectives and meaningful output or outcome with all these industries that we believe. Lifelong learning culture, that is, if I talk about today's scenario, Gen Z, the way things are articulating the whole world is, we should have the concept of lifelong learning. If I talk about the engineering, the way whole world is shaping through all emerging technology, so we should have a concept of lifelong learning skills that we should all have. These are some of the universities that we have tied with all this exchange program. Some of the universities, they are giving us the opportunity for some student exchange program, collaborations, publications, little bit some research and faculty development programs. So this is we have incubated 50 plus startups. We have 35 academic and industry partners. These are the mentors we have from academic as well as the industry, more than 40 people that we have. So this is our roadmap. We are thinking our AI literacy, AI fundamental across all programs. Of course, if you want to change, transform, shift from digital transformations, definitely we have to capable our faculty, so capacity building of the faculty, and they must be certified of different companies who are giving all this type of training and certifications. Partners we have now with Infosys, NESCOM. We are in the process to finalize with Microsoft for some certifications program in Azure, Microsoft Azure platform. Open Road, we have been a program of VLSI for electronics engineering students. So we have tied up with one of the California-based company to deliver the VSLI integrations with Open Road platform. Next 6 to 12 months, we are thinking to establish one high GPU system through NVIDIA. We are almost finalizing all these things, and maybe in the next 3 to 4 months, we'll establish this lab as a NVIDIA Center of Excellence in JKU campus. We are in the thinking mode that definitely in the coming semesters, most of the projects will be AI-driven projects. Our motto is outcome-based education system, outcome-based learning systems. That will be definitely more focus on that. Later, we are thinking about more deep integrations of AI and ML technologies in terms of research, in terms of all teaching process, teaching pedagogies, 50 minutes lectures plan, and of course, our administrations process. AI powered, already we had, but still it will be more strengthened so that a student can benefit all AI powered platforms. Research innovations, but we are now giving the exposures to all AI and technology. We are thinking to get more quality publications with like a SCI or a Scopus index with Q1 journals or Q2 journals. We want that our recognitions of national and integrations level. We are thinking our university under NRF ranking, we are thinking at least it should be in below 100, so that at least we can get benefit different. The government is proposed for the ranking who are having less than 100. So we are thinking to get our ranking between below 100 ranking, and expected that in the next 2 to 3 years, we may or little bit, or maybe in a 30%, 40% in way that we should be as a future ready AI university. It means that we are in a position to adapt the concept implications of all AI tools, all AI technologies or AI related products. Definitely, we want to be our global recognitions as a JKLU, as the academic fraternity of JK Group. And of course, the university, like in a government initiative for NEP, National Education Policy 2020, and keeping our university as an international standard. So these are the things as a university we have tried to create. Yes, we are, earlier the concept of academic institutions was different, but now we are thinking the way all industries are shaping their departments, their organizations in an output oriented. As a university, now we are also thinking that our all stakeholders, either as a student or as a faculty or a staff, they should be productive. Their mindset is to be like some good outcome. Their mindset is to be get as per the expectations of the industry or the society that we are or people are thinking. Thank you.
10 minutes to the tea break, which is going to happen now. Let's join us back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Let's quickly halt here for a quick tea break. Remember, we're coming back together in another 10 minutes. Thank you. Team JK Foods, may I please invite you on the stage? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you're somewhere around, I would request kindly come inside and take your seats. And now, to share their past experiences, how they overcome the challenges, and how they're adapting mindsets to milestone our theme in their business, ladies and gentlemen. Now I invite and I welcome Team JK Foods on the stage. Stage is all yours. Let's welcome.
Shift mindset to milestones. I will share how JK Foods is moving from digital adoption to digital ownership by building secure, scalable, and business-focused technology. Over the past 24 months, we have worked across the value chain, from village collection centers to distribution networks, digitizing critical operations. Along the way, we have achieved significant progress, learned valuable lessons, and built a stronger foundation for the future. We have digitized milk procurement with the procurement system and farmer passbook app, giving farmers instant, transparent payment information and reducing manual errors. For agriculture, we implement agri-tech applications for our potato contract farmers to improve farm monitoring and crop planning. In our fresh business, the daily order app streamlines distributor ordering, payments, and crate tracking. We also learned two important lessons. Number one, technology is success only with strong on-site user supports. And second one is rural operations require offline first applications because connectivity is not always reliable. Our biggest takeaway is simple. Successful digital transformations depends on both technology and people.
Our next phase is not about deploying more software application. It's about delivering measurable business value. We are shifting IT from a support function to a strategic business partner.
Our strategy is built on three pillars. First pillar is technological autonomy. We have developing our own milk procurement, SFA, and DMS applications to reduce vendor dependency and improve flexibility.
So during my speech at the paper, when I was presenting the paper, I was talking about the resilience part of the cybersecurity. So same like to become the resilience to get the recovery and response part, but also in the cybersecurity, there's a need to build the security by design actually. If you see, it has been seen in the industry, people learn after they got compromised or their system get compromised by the hacker, then they put the security controls to their ecosystem. They analyze and they put the security controls into their ecosystem. Actually, the idea is to bring the security a very beginning stage, at the development stage, when the secure code is being developed. At that time only I could able to bring the security so that I can make my source code or the project the security flawless. So basically the idea is to bring the security at very beginning stage. At the day one, the security has to be there into the business to make the my business operation secure.
Our roadmap follows a simple approach: now, next, and later, ensuring disciplined execution over the next 2 years. Now, design our in-house application procurement platform, expand the farmer app. Next, launch our in-house milk applications, begin developing custom SFA and DMS solutions, and establish a modern security operations center. Later, complete migration to our in-house applications, integrate with SAP HANA, eliminate licensing dependency, and build a fully connected, secure digital ecosystem.
So basically, we are become the digitalized in our aspect of our business. So basically, the security has to be, which I was talking about in the previous slide also, it has to be from the very beginning stage. So basically, security should not be like treated as a control system or putting the system, the security system into the control, but actually it has to be the business enabler which can bring the impact from the beginning. So,
in just 2 years, we have built a strong digital foundations, learn from real-world experience, and create a clear roadmap for the future. Our goal is to build a self-reliant, secure, and business-driven technology ecosystem that delivers measurable value across JK Food. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, the next team that's going to take over, I would like to invite JK Agri Genetics team to please come over and take over the stage. Let's warmly welcome by joining our hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everyone. So many of you must not be knowing me. About a year back, I have joined JK Agri Genetics Limited, and I lead IT for the JK Agri based out of Hyderabad. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present our digital transformation journey. Today I will be sharing what we have achieved in past 24 months, what we have learned, and how we are preparing for future, and what is our roadmap for next couple of years. So let me first take you through our journey over the last 24 months. Our focus has been on building a strong digital foundation while ensuring that business operations continues without any interruptions. Some initiatives, what we have taken, were very successful and few gave us valuable learnings. In the last 2 years, we have achieved several important milestones. First, we successfully commissioned the complete IT infrastructure for our processing plant, which we have shifted from main city location to a little remote location at Hyderabad. Second one was our SAP system, which has been running with almost zero downtime, ensuring smooth business operations during the peak seasons. We have also enhanced business reports, helping stakeholders make faster and better decisions. Looking back, one lesson we learned was that the SAP upgrade should have been planned together with cloud migration. We have divided this cloud migration and upgradation into two phases. So what we have learned, this should have been done together. For saving the efforts. We have also realized that Angular is a better platform for delivering scalable dashboards. Another important learning was that business critical support should always get priority over planned IT projects whenever required. Like we have skipped certain customer visits due to the other initiatives in IT, which should have been taken care. We have also launched important digital initiatives like JK Vikreta Loyalty Redemption System and Sankalp Customer Portal, which were successfully introduced to improve customer engagement. Vikreta Loyalty Program we have developed where customers can avail the loyalty points against each purchases and they can redeem the points accordingly. So we have continuous engagement with the customers. That was the motto for developing the JK Vikreta program. Similarly, we have developed Sankalp Customer Portal. We named it as JK Connect Customer Portal, where every customers have options to check their statements, any of the financial transactions with the company over internet, their statement of accounts, their credit notes, their debit notes, their outstandings. And also they had an opportunity to interact with the company online. We also strengthened quality traceability in SAP, giving better visibility and control across our processes. Another major achievement was that SAP cloud infrastructure has now been approved and we are almost ready to go live, and on coming Monday, 6th July, we will be live on Entity Data Cloud. One important lesson that was, instead of implementing individual digital solutions, we should focus on integrated digital transformation across the organizations, because we have multiple systems, like we have Zing HR, we have SFA, we have other small systems. So the almost all other systems have got the similar functionalities. So we should be planning to bring them to a one consolidated platform. Overall, our biggest takeaway is that we have built a strong digital foundation by keeping business needs at the center of every IT initiatives. Now, the JK Agri is ready to move forward an AI-enabled digital company. Now I would like to talk about the future. As we all know, technology is changing very fast and mindsets also needs to change. Our focus is not only to manage IT systems, but to use technology for business growth and customer satisfactions, as is every IT function's focus, I believe. Our JK Agri vision is to build a secure, scalable, and AI-ready digital company. Over the next 2 years, we want technology to improve both customer experience and employee productivity. Our first mindset shift is from managing IT infrastructure to enabling business growth through SAP, cloud migration, and future-ready SAP platform. The second shift is from manual process to intelligent digital service like customer portal, supplier portal, and AI chatbots, which will instantly give responses to the user's queries. The third shift is from traditional reports to real-time business insights using dashboards and social media analytics. These initiatives will help us make faster decisions and serve our customer better. Our roadmap is divided into 3 phases. In the next 6 months, we will complete SAP Cloud Infrastructure migration. Expand customer and supplier portal across India and strengthen cyber security through the VAPTs. These activities will improve system availability, customer experience, and IT security as it is known to everyone. In the following 12 months, we plan to upgrade SAP to the latest supported versions, which must be 2025, introduce AI chatbots for employees, customers, and suppliers, and implement sales and finance dashboards. These initiatives will improve productivity and help company in making decisions faster. In the following 12 months, we plan to upgrade SAP as said. Then over the next 24 months, we aim to implement social media engagement tracking, digital travel, and boarding management, and expand AI-based automation and predictive analytics. This will improve operational efficiency and support business over growth. Our shift journey. This slide summarizes overall transformation journey. We are shifting from on-premise infrastructure to cloud platform, from traditional ERP to a future-ready SAP platform, from manual process to intelligent automation, from manual customer follow-ups to self-service portals, and from static reports to real-time dashboards. For us, shift is not only about adopting new technologies, it is about creating more value for the business, improving customer experience, and helping employees work more efficiently. With this, brings me to the end of my presentation. Our journey over the last 2 years have helped us building a strong digital foundation. The next phase will focus on cloud, AI automation, digital platforms that directly supports business growth. I would like to thank our management, business teams, and IT teams for their continuous support in the journey. I thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the team that's coming over next is PSRI. I would request team PSRI to please take over the stage. Along with that, ladies and gentlemen, there's a QR code placed on each table. This is a feedback form. I would request all attendees. Meanwhile, we are
listening to the presentation, why don't we scan the QR code and submit our feedbacks, because your feedbacks are truly valuable to us. Sir, stage is all yours.
Good evening, everyone. I represent the healthcare vertical of the group. My name is Biju Thomas. As you know, healthcare is completely, constantly evolving in every aspect. Patient demands and requirements are increasing day by day. Digital transformations are happening like any other industry. And regulatory accreditation regulations are digitalizing day by day. And operational efficiency, like any other industry, it is also required for this industry also. When I am talking about increasing patient expectation, we all have gone to some hospitals, some doctors to consult, but our expectations are we don't have time to wait. So that is the same scenario we are facing every day in our hospital. And regulatory and accreditation regulations are also changing. You must have heard about ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, ABA, Ayushman Bharat Health Account. All these are actually Government of India's initiative to digitalize and having a uniform platform for all of your health records. I am very proud to say that PSRI Hospital is ready for this initiative, and we have already integrated one module of this initiative. So our shift was, we worked on this shift terminologies: self-excellence, high-performance culture, innovation and improvement, for quality and safety, and transform through teamwork. One of the main things which we have initiated or we have implemented in the patient front is, right now, if any of you are coming to our hospital, you cannot see a queue in our front desk. So we have a queueless front desk. There are QR codes placed. You can just scan in. You can register yourself. If you are already registered, you can take consultations using that QR code. You can even pay your services through that QR code. This is actually highly appreciated by each and every patient. And there is another thing which we have initiated in the last couple of months is smart reports. So like any, if you are going for any laboratory investigation and you are getting a report, the first thing, when something is highlighted in your report, the first thing you are doing is Google that and what is the indications of that. So, for example, my creatinine is high or my SGPT is high. What does it mean? So we usually Google that. But we are actually providing a smart report to our patients, through which they can get all the informations about their report, about their values. Not only that, this smart report contains some recommendations of your diet, your daily lifestyle, your exercise habits, etc., etc. So this also has, this is now going to every patient upon discharge. We are giving this to all corporate patients. We are giving this to all our wellness patients also. And another initiative which we have done is electronic medical record optimization. So our journey towards complete EMR, we have actually done a lot of exercises we collaborated with the consultants, doctors, nursing team, and the paramedical staff, and we have achieved. I'm very proud to say that in last 3.5 months time, from 0 to we have converted 57% of our OPD prescriptions are going digitally now. We also implemented a picture archive PACS system in our environment. So all the radiology reports or reporting is happening digitally. We also implemented 2 AI initiatives in the EMR front. That is, one is Prodigy is actually, okay, those who have visited PSRI hospital knows that there are a lot of, aged consultants we have. People who retired from AIMS hospital or Safdarjung hospital or some other hospitals, they are practicing in our hospital. So, convincing them that was actually a Herculean task. So to ease their life to adopt EMR, what we have done is we have implemented Prodigy Health, which is nothing but it's actually a AI tool. Once a physical prescription is ready, just take a photograph and this tool will convert this complete physical prescription into a EMR format. Another thing which we have done towards quality is, in the last 7.5, 8 months time, what we identified is how to utilize, or what we did is how to utilize the in-house capabilities for the organization. Unlike any other organization, you go for any application which is in a healthcare industry, a HIS application or a QMS application or any that kind of application, which requires, once you are implementing in the live environment, in your environment, it requires a lot of customization. So what we, since, this customization usually takes 6 to 8 months of our time, which is actually creating a lot of, blockages and, since there is once a project is announced, if it is taking more than 6 months to time to go live, then always the user will have a hesitation towards accepting or adapting that technology. So what we did is, we started interacting with the key stakeholders of each department, and then we started developing this application in-house. By using in-house capabilities, we developed a QMS application, which is quality management system. All our quality related activities are happening through that application right now. Starting from an incident reporting, to a mock drill and an audit management, and every activities are happening through that application. Another application is antimicrobial stewardship application, which is, I would say that this is, there are only few hospitals in India having this application. This is nothing but, this is actually, this helps the microbiologists to alarm the consultants about the allergies of the antibiotics, or which the standard allergies of the patient, etc., etc. And not only that, this allows the consultant to calculate the dosage of that particular patient also. We have again implemented an FMS application, but this is actually, it's a very, it has only 1 month to, we have implemented that. So there are we have to improve a lot on that application. Yes, we did a VAPT exercise also in the last 6 months. So our roadmap to the next plan is, next 6 months is, we, just like smart report, we are going to have a smart discharge summary also soon. So already the groundworks have started. The API integrations are going on. So I'm hoping that maybe in another 3 months time, we will be able to go live with this application. So here, your previous medications, the current medications, your chief complaints, symptoms, or your future visits, future consultation, cross consultation required, all these will be mentioned in this application. By referring that document, you will get a complete picture of picture of last your hospitalization. And yes, the challenge which we are facing, as some of you know that we are using a third-party application as our HIS application. Unfortunately, the vendor is not that helpful to us. So getting something delivered from them is actually a task. So timely execution and development from there or delivery from them is going to be a challenge for us. But definitely we manage so far. I'm confident that we will be able to manage again. Yes, like some of my colleagues already initiated, we are also initiating a BI tool on top of our ERP application. We use Microsoft Dynamics. On top of that, because HIS is the key application, it actually contains all the financial data, but financial accounting is happening in Dynamics. So the data is traveling from HIS to ERP, and on the top of that we are going to have an BA application. These are the things which we are going to include in that. And next 1 year plan, if I am talking about 1 year plan, we will be starting, we have already initiated, we will be starting IPEMR, inpatient EMR, within next 1 year. The main challenge, again, convincing the senior consultants is going to be a challenge, because some of them are very adamant. I will write only on piece of paper. That's what they are saying, or files. But yes, we will be, with the help of management, I'm sure that we'll be able to manage that also. Then there is a investment required for that, because when the doctor is going for a IP rounds to the patient's side, he needs to carry a device which should be loaded with the HIS application. So we have already evaluated a couple of devices. The finalization is yet to happen. We are sure that another 4 to 5 months time and our target is we will become the first paperless hospital in Delhi NCR. That's our target. And some key takeaways from our past experience, proper user involvement, because the IT team, every IT project was a show by the IT team. But that is actually a wrong concept. So we have learned from that. We have learned that this includes every IT project is actually driven by IT, but it is actually the show of a operation team. And again, proper documentation required for every custom project. That also is one of the learning which we have we got from the past. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Incredible work. So on this note, this was the last presentation for the evening. Before we halt for a break, let me tell you that tomorrow in the first half, we have a technical workshop, which is very interesting. So I would request everyone to please bring in your laptops. Remember, do not forget to bring in your laptops for the first half, because we have a very exciting technical workshop that is going to take place. Along with that, meanwhile, I announce break and you take an exit. Meanwhile, you'll find a 360 photo booth. So remember to take your photograph. And on this note, all the official part of the day gets over. In evening, after we meet at 7:30, remember, we are going to meet at 7:30 and we have Sufi band performing. We will unwind, we will network, we will enjoy the second half. But please come back by 7:30, take a nice break, mingle along, network along, grab some tea, coffee, a nice refreshing break, but with the promise to join us back sharply at 7:30. And now, Sharat sir, I'll hand over mic to you.
So we have had completed the professional part, learning part of the day. Now it's the time to unwind. Pick up your best party attire, dancing shoes. We want to see the party animal in you. Are you ready?
Absolutely, Sharad sir. Can we have a big hand for Sharad sir for wonderfully coordinating and executing everything from morning. We have gone so much to and fro. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And can we have a round of applause for yourselves, everyone? Because you are the one who made this evening fabulous. Thank you so much to each one of you. And as Sharad sir rightly said, now it's time to bring out the party animal inside you, right? We meet sharp at 7:30. And for tomorrow, while you're coming here to meet in the morning for the tech workshop, remember to check out from your rooms because the checkout time is around 12:10. But remember, while you walk in here, do check out from your rooms and come and join us for the workshop and later half of the day. Thank you, everybody. See you all at 7:30 sharp. This is your host, Ruchi Singh, signs off from the first half of the day. Remember, while you're walking out, we have 364 to booth. Yes, sir.
We have clapped for everyone except for Ruchika.
That's so kind of you. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, dress your best, put your dancing shoes on, come back, join us at 7:30. And meanwhile, you're walking out, remember the photo studio, the photo booth. And those who have not filled the feedback form, you can find the feedback form and each table, there's a QR code. Scan the QR code, fill in the feedback and drop your valuable feedback. See you all at 7:30 sharp.